Chapter 9:16. Wenwen's face froze. What's wrong with you? If it was in the past, when her realm was higher than Qinguang's, she could clearly see what was going on in Qinguang's body. But now, Qinguang's cultivation was so deep that it was beyond her imagination and understanding. Even though she was at the literature grandmaster realm, she still felt that he was unfathomable. According to the records in the ancient books, Qinguang had obviously surpassed her literature grandmaster realm and reached a level that no one could imagine. Qinguang took another 2 steps forward. It's nothing much. I can only tell you one thing. The legends about breaking through the void and turning into a human are all lies. There are no martial artists in this world who can break through the void. Even the strongest martial artist cannot break through the void. Wenwen did not know why he suddenly said this, and her face was filled with confusion. How do you know? Qinguang smiled miserably. Because I have already touched the limits of martial artists in this world. 20,000 years ago and 20,000 years later, it is impossible to find a martial artist who is stronger than me. I used the painting that you gave me to enter the Tao, but now I am cultivating the true martial divine skill that I created myself. As for my current realm, I am unable to describe it, but it is definitely above your Wenzong realm. I have named it the martial sage realm. This is also the last realm that humans can reach by cultivating their inner strength. No one will be stronger than me. Wenwen gasped. She really didn't know how to describe the feeling in her heart. As the strongest martial artist in the world, she couldn't imagine what kind of price a person had to pay in order to instantly leap from the beginner level of muscle strength to the strongest in history, which no one had ever done before or since. But she could clearly see from Qinguang's face that he was definitely not joking. The strength that he had displayed when he had killed Ouyang Tianqing and the others also proved that he was not bragging. Wenwen thought for a long time and asked, "What did you do?" Qinguang sighed, "Don't ask me anymore. I cannot tell you, but time will prove everything." Wenwen could tell from his tone that there was nothing more sorrowful than a dead heart. She hurriedly said, "No. You cannot die." Qinguang continued, "I don't want to die either, but in this big world, who can avoid death? Who can be eternal? This is my choice, and I'm willing to pay the price. I can't just watch you die at Ouyang Tianqing's hands, can I? Don't force me anymore. Let's go and feed the antidote to your father first." Qinguang suddenly lifted his foot and walked forward. Under the burst of his power, his speed became extremely fast. Wenwen actually couldn't catch up with him for a moment. The two of them ran for a long time before Qinguang slowly came to a stop. His hands were behind his back, and his face was bleak. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Wenwen caught up with them. She had to spend a lot of effort to calm herself down along the way. Qinguang smiled faintly. "What's the point of saying that? Nothing can be changed. You know me. I actually didn't want you to worry. I didn't want to tell you these things at first. I'm also very sad about the deaths of sect leader Xian and sect leader Wu. But since you've misunderstood me, I don't want you to think that I'm a cold-blooded and heartless person." Sigh. Wenwen didn't know what to say. She also knew that there would be no result if she continued to force him. She could only quietly approach him and hold his arm. "It's been hard on you. It's not hard. It's all worth it. Anyway, I've said it before. We're the Condor heroes. It's a pity that my arm has grown out. Otherwise, we'd look even more like the Condor heroes," Qinguang said as he put his arm around Wenwen's waist. He had finally managed to fool her. In any case, he had to first create an illusion for her so that she could imagine the price she had to pay in order to obtain such great power. "The Condor heroes are not bad, but can you not touch my butt so eagerly? I'm a little, not mentally prepared. Sorry, I accidentally put it crooked." Qinguang looked serious, but he had already begun to laugh at himself in his heart. It was really not intentional. His hand didn't listen to him at all. On second thought, any normal pure man who hadn't touched a woman for more than 100,000 years would not be able to control himself when there was such a beautiful woman beside him who could earn his overnight fee. Why do you think I have to follow you home? My whole body doesn't listen to me now. I'm completely dominated by the hot blood in my heart. If it weren't for the fact that it was important to detoxify Wenwen's father, Chen Guang really didn't have the face to do it before detoxifying her father. Now, he might not be able to control his power and would punish her on the spot. In fact, looking for Enchanting was also a good choice. However, Chen Guang thought that the little loli's power was low after all, and it was impossible for her to withstand his whipping. On the other hand, although Abbess Enchanting was not really dead, outsiders didn't think so. Not to mention that it was futile to guard the coffin for 3 years, but it was not appropriate to do something shameful with her now. Therefore, he didn't think much in his mind at all. He was dominated by his instinct to come to Wenwen's side. I used to be upright, but no matter how upright a person is, he is still a human. Humans have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Who can understand how fierce the flames burning in my heart are? As for the aftermath of the Shadow Alliance base, I'm sorry, I'm used to being a hands-off boss. Now that the biggest knot in my heart has been solved, I'm already very responsible for not resigning on the spot, okay? In short, I still have to resign from the position of the director of the Guangding General Headquarters. Although the little tricks that the old men used on the intelligence about Wenwen did not have much impact on the result of the matter, it still made people unhappy. For the sake of Lin Jingwei and Bai Hua, and for the sake that it did not cause too much bad consequences, Chen Guang did not intend to fall out with the old men on the spot, but he planned to quit. Sorry, the old man will not play this game of deception with you young people who are too cunning. It is too tiring, too boring, and too tiring. He was really right this time. With his current life experience, there was nothing wrong with treating the old men in Yanjing as young people. Actually, what happened in Ninghai province did cause a great shock in Yanjing at this time. Before that, everyone only regarded Chen Guang as a mouthpiece to communicate with the master of the Wen family, the #1 expert in the world. This idea had always been right, and he had completed his mission very well. Until he became a hostage because of his own recklessness. Before, the old men in Yanjing were even hesitating whether to give up on him, but in the end, because of the insistence of Lin Jingwei and Bai Hua, and also because they had to consider the attitude of the master of the Wen family, the old men decided to compromise and save Chen Guang's life as the first priority. Of course, this matter was just a thought after all, and it seemed that they could do nothing but pray for him. But suddenly, the master of the Wen family, the #1 expert in the world, was almost defeated. No, he was really defeated. But he, Chen Guang, suddenly stood up at the critical moment and saved the crisis. This person, who was once a messenger, had instantly uprooted the entire Shadow Alliance's evil faction with an unstoppable force. In the face of his absolute crushing strength, those extremely tyrannical and headache-inducing internal strength martial artists did not have the slightest power to resist at all. How powerful was he? This was beyond understanding, and it made people's hair stand on end at the thought of it. What happened to the mouthpiece? After all this time, the real big boss was not the master of the Wen family, nor was it Ouyang Tianqing, Mr. Ng. In the end, it was you. Even Wu Shan, who already knew that he had 800 kilograms of fist force, was shocked. Although he was good at fighting in the past, he was still within the scope of an ordinary person. However, the strength he displayed now was not only beyond the comprehension of ordinary people, but even other inner force martial artists were no match for him. Master Wen was already strong enough, and even the most advanced individual weapons might not be able to deal with him. Now that he was a bit stronger than the master of the Wen family, what was his level? It was unimaginable, beyond understanding. Perhaps even the peerless masters described by those martial arts novels full of illusions might not be able to match up to him. Regarding the thoughts of the elders, Chen Guang personally expressed that he did not care at all. He and Wenwen rushed for half a day, and found the car she had hidden by the roadside. The god of racing personally went out, and they sped along the mountain path, then onto the main road. Half an hour later, the two of them arrived at a civilian airport, and directly boarded a helicopter. After half a day, they arrived at Wujing's sanatorium, and together with Wenwen, they fed the antidote to her father's mouth. Seeing that Wenwen's father's complexion was gradually improving, the two of them let out a long sigh of relief, and could finally be at ease. Wen Jingtian's poison had just healed, and the poison had almost entered his vitals. It would probably take a long time for him to fully recover. Furthermore, he had lost all his power, and it was unlikely that he would be able to recover to the tyrannical old master of the Wen family. He would probably only be able to live like a normal old man. When Wen Jingtian woke up, he held on to Wenwen's hand and asked her many questions. When he found out that while he was unconscious, second uncle had died at the hands of third uncle, tears streamed down his face. He also found out that Wenwen had become a master of the Thought Grandmaster realm, and this comforted him greatly. When he heard that it was that good friend of Wenwen, Chen Guang, whom he had always looked down on, who had defeated all the heroes at the critical moment and suppressed the evil mastermind who had harmed two of the three great families, he was even more shocked. In the past, I did not approve of you befriending an ordinary person like Chen Guang, but now it seems that I was wrong. I was too narrow-minded. It is fate that you two know each other, and you should cherish it in the future. Wen Jingtian patted Wenwen's hand, and then waved his hand. I'm a little sleepy. You youngsters don't have to accompany me. Bring Chen Guang around, and there will be people here to look after me. Wenwen wanted to say something, but her father had already turned his face away. She didn't know if he was really asleep or just pretending to be asleep. Chen Guang pulled on her sleeve, and Wenwen had no choice but to follow him out. Did you hear what your father said? From now on, you are mine. Remember, a woman's 3 obediences and 4 virtues, be a little more respectful to your husband. Chen Guang thought to himself proudly. He had not thought that he would receive the appreciation of Wenwen's father so easily. This father-in-law really had good foresight, and was very open-minded. Wenwen stepped on his foot. Oh, you really want to marry me? Aren't you afraid that I'll upset the vinegar jar? Do you think that no one knows about those bewitching things of yours? Chen Guang was stunned, and his entire person was a bit like a Spartan. Come on, look at how nervous you are. Do you think I don't know your temperament of eating from the bowl and looking at the pot? If I really wanted to care about you, I would have done it a long time ago. Today is not the first day you know me. No matter what others think, I, your brother, don't care so much. Chen Guang was overjoyed. This was indeed his good gay friend. What kind of beauty was the best one? Just like Wenwen. So, what should we do now? I haven't earned a knight's fee for a long time. I'm so anxious. Go away. I'm not in the mood right now. Then what should I do to be in the mood? You'll be in the mood if you can't see me. I say, what the hell is going on in your mind? You. Why don't you hurry up and think of a way at this time? How long do you have to live? As far as I know, even if it's just an evil skill that can advance one level of power, it will at least shorten one's life by 10 years. Now that you have entered the invincible realm from the beginning of muscle strength, you can't only live for a few days, can you? That's right. Since her father's business was settled, Wenwen began to worry about Chen Guang's safety again. Chen Guang didn't know how to explain it to her. I can't answer you even if you ask me. It may be a few days or a few years. In fact, the method I used is quite special. You can think of it as a deal between me and the devil. Wenwen's heart tightened. She pinched his wrist and didn't know what to say. So, life is short and we should enjoy ourselves. You can't let me go to heaven with regrets, can you? When the truth was revealed, Chen Guang didn't have the time to consider how badly he would be beaten up. At this moment, Lone Dragon, who had lived for over 100,000 years, was feeling thirsty. Now that he no longer had any worries in his heart, he couldn't stay still for a second longer. Okay. Wenwen had never shown such a bashful look in her entire life. Even the last 2 times she really had sex with him, she had never shown such a shy look. Half an hour later, Chen Guang only wore a pair of underwear, a satchel on his waist, and wrapped Wen in a quilt. He jumped out of a pile of debris. Wen blushed and screamed, "I told you not to do it here." Chen Guang said, "Can you blame me? I deliberately asked for a villa in this sanatorium. I didn't expect this shabby house to be so weak. Are you trying to embarrass me to death?" "No. Absolutely not. This is an accident." The medical staff in the sanatorium looked at the completely collapsed villa from afar and sighed. "This is terrible. What were they doing in that room? Were they practicing?" "I think so. Anyway, people who practice martial arts have some quirks. It's just a pity that a good house was wasted. So these people who practice martial arts should be disciplined. It's really terrible, collapsing a house at the drop of a hat. Isn't Chief Chen in charge of this himself? Stop gossiping about him behind his back. Chief Chen is famous for being narrow-minded. If he hears about this, he'll make things difficult for you in the future. You're the one who is talking behind his back." "I didn't say anything." Chapter 9:17. Chen Guang was bored to death as he sat in the conference room of the Guangding General Headquarters. He yawned from time to time, and his eyes shone subconsciously. He was full of unhappiness. Ever since he accidentally became the strongest pile driver, he couldn't find an opponent who could let him fight to his heart's content. Yesterday, with all kinds of persuasion, all kinds of threats and promises, all kinds of outbursts of acting, all kinds of cute, all kinds of shameless, he finally made Wen give in again and again. After the two escaped into the mountains, they found a small lake and fought. The battle was so intense that the sun and the moon lost their light, and the sky changed color. However, with the alertness of the two, they were not afraid of being seen by others. They fought from the afternoon until late at night, and then from deep into the night until dawn. They did not even have a bite to eat, and their stomachs were rumbling with hunger. In the morning, Chen Guang wanted to continue, but Wen couldn't stand him anymore. She kicked him into the lake, tore the quilt into a long skirt, and ran away barefoot. Chen Guang was like a thief, wearing only a pair of underwear, and carefully took an online taxi. Fortunately, his phone was always in his bag, or he would be reduced to running home in only his underwear. It was just that when he got in the car, the driver looked at him up and down with all kinds of suspicious eyes, which made him feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, he was thick-skinned, or else he might be embarrassed to get in someone else's car. Fortunately, it was only 6:30 in the morning when he got home, and the people in the community hadn't woken up yet. He didn't dare to go through the front door, but directly climbed over the wall. Other than scaring a cute girl in the elevator who got up to run in the morning, life was peaceful, and the world was peaceful. In short, he covered his face in the elevator, so no one recognized him as the super popular internet celebrity, Chen Guang. He planned to have a good sleep, and when he woke up, it would be a new life. Thanks to Wen, he had been out of the land of Jinwu for half a day, and now his mentality was slightly calmer. However, Chen Guang could still vaguely remember what had happened in the true martial land, and it still affected him. He didn't have a good solution to this. If not for the Holy Grail's spiritual seal, he really did not dare to imagine what he would become after living for more than 100,000 years. Time could change too many things. No matter how tenacious he was, it was impossible for him to withstand the erosion and invasion of his character over time. Just like now, even though he had already come out, even though his mind was completely sealed in the world in the cup, just recalling the memories of the past few years was enough to subtly influence his words and actions. Otherwise, with his personality, he wouldn't have been able to slaughter the Shadow Alliance warriors so easily and cleanly. Fortunately, a person's memory was indeed a good thing. Although Chen Guang's brain seemed to have an unlimited capacity, it was impossible for him to remember everything that had happened over hundreds of thousands of years. Along the way in the land of Jinwu, other than the various martial arts that he absolutely could not forget, he was like a monkey trying to break the grain, forgetting everything along the way. He had left countless legends for others, and naturally, there would be writers or historians who would record them down. However, he never read them himself and was too lazy to recall them, so he had forgotten most of his own legends. What he could remember was a portion of the unforgettable battles and killings, and a few relatively important people. Now, he felt that if he slept again, he would feel much better. He would forget what he should forget, and pull himself back from that cold-blooded, ruthless, and domineering true martial holy emperor. Unfortunately, he did not manage to sleep. Just as he lay down, he received a call and was dragged to the headquarters to host a meeting. Chen Guang did not want to come, but he could not resist Xian Qin and Wu Miaowan's strong request, so he finally came to sit here and be the boss. He had already made up his mind. I don't want to be the stupid bureau chief anymore. I'm quitting. From now on, I'll happily be my internet celebrity, and I'll happily earn more faith points. Whoever wants to be the stupid bureau chief can be it. Compared to the 3,000 worlds in my heavenly holy grail, the mere authority of the divine light headquarters is not attractive at all. Of course, there was one more thing that he had to do, or else his heart would be in turmoil. As a petty young man who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance, he would take revenge if there was a grudge, and this matter could not be resolved peacefully. He had been tricked, and he had been tricked by someone using Jiang Yage. Before entering the office in the morning, Chen Guang had specially called Jiang Yage about this matter. That poor girl, after hearing that he had escaped from danger yesterday, she was finally relieved. Before that, she was so haggard that her soul almost left her body. Jiang Yage also knew that she had been used, and she had not felt at ease for even a second. After Chen Guang escaped from danger, she had tried several times to summon the courage to call Chen Guang to explain herself, but every time she picked up her phone, she did not dare to dial the number. In the end, this morning, Chen Guang took the initiative to call her. Not only did he not blame her, but he even took the initiative to comfort her. She felt so guilty that she almost wanted to commit suicide on the spot. Her tears flowed like running water. Chen Guang was also angry, but not because of Jiang Yage. It was bad enough that he had been tricked, but the other party had even dragged Jiang Yage into this mess. Let's see how she was tortured. Alright, don't cry. Later, just pretend that nothing happened. Your father was right. These things need evidence, but I'll think of a way. The one who leaked the news to you was Chao Jingming, right? I remember him. I won't let this go, but don't get involved. But I feel bad, if it wasn't for me. Hey, how can there be so many ifs in this world? You had good intentions, and I don't blame you. Nothing happened to me, so don't get entangled in this matter, okay? Be good, listen to me. If you really feel bad, then do something big. Chen Guang was not very good at comforting people. After thinking about it, this was probably the only way to make her feel a little better. Based on the principle of saving people, Chen Guang decided to make a great sacrifice. At the cost of his own decent image, he took the initiative to ask her for something big. Otherwise, what else could he do? Scold her because of this matter? Beat her up? Make her sad? Or draw a line with her? No, really no. She had good intentions, but she was too naive to be used. She did not do anything wrong, and there was no need to struggle mentally to forgive her. But Chao Jingming could not be forgiven. When have I ever been taken advantage of? No one has ever been able to come out unscathed after tricking me. The number of people I have killed in the land of true martial can be counted from 18 generations of your ancestors until now. He did not care about the old men's tricks, but he felt that Chao Jingming had to be accounted for. Since Chao Jingming wanted his life, Chen Guang felt that there's nothing wrong with him crushing Chao Jingming to death if there's a need. The disadvantage of not letting him sleep was reflected here. At this moment, he was still in the state of the Saint Emperor, who was revered by the people of the land of true martial. This time, in the battle against Ouyang Tianqing and the other criminals, most of the members of the headquarters performed bravely. Under the leadership of Chief Chen, we successfully annihilated all the criminals and completed the mission. The following is the commendation list for this operation. Chen Guang, the chief Qin, should have said these things personally, but he was unhappy and not in the mood. He could only sit on the rostrum and act like a god. Enchanting and Wu Miaowan had no choice but to do it for him. This commendation was not a big deal. It was nothing more than a nice name. The success of this counterattack was ultimately due to the efforts of the strongest chief Qin in history. As for the others, other than the sects that persisted until the end, such as the Plain-Clothes sect, the Fist sect, and the Xinqing sect, as well as the Thousand Despair sect and Thousand Flower Valley who suffered heavy losses, the others did not play much of a role. What made Qin unhappy was that those who chose to run away after he was kidnapped instead of staying behind with Enchanting and Wu Miaowan were still in the meeting room today. How shameless of them. He originally thought that Enchanting and Wu Miaowan would reject these people and make a list for them to deal with later. He did not expect the two little girls to be so generous even though they were young and naive. But I'm sorry, just because I'm generous doesn't mean I'm generous too. I'm very narrow-minded. When Enchanting finished reading the list of commendations one by one, Qin took a deep breath and lightly knocked on the table. He was about to stand up and say something. Seeing that the chief Qin was about to declare his position, even those martial artists of the pugilistic world who had never seen him in action sat up straight. Even until now, many people did not dare to believe that this chief Qin, who seemed to have relied on a woman to get to his position, was the true invincible expert. However, the truth that his colleagues had seen with their own eyes could not be faked. Enchanting gave Qin a look, hoping that he would not be so calculative. Qin did not respond to her. Instead, he stood up and looked around. This time, he did not deliberately restrain the energy in his body. Instead, he continued to circulate his martial sage realm strength endlessly through his limbs and bones. An invisible aura rose from his body. Just now, Deputy Chief Exian has commended some people, but I personally do not agree with this list. I'm sure everyone here knows what I'm referring to. However, one should always forgive and forget. I will not pursue this matter for the time being, but I hope that those who understand will take the initiative to make a statement. Since the establishment of the headquarters, the progress of the collection of cultivation methods has not been smooth. Since they are not willing to work for the headquarters, then we have to compensate them in other ways. Chief, now that your strength is far superior to ours, you don't want the cultivation methods of small sects like ours, do you? These things are the foundation of our sect's survival. This is not very good, right? As soon as Qin voice fell, the leader of the blood-clad sect was the first to stand up. Qin did not get angry with him. He only turned around and looked at him calmly without saying a word. After a long time, cold sweat gradually appeared on the leader's forehead. Seeing that no one else stood up to respond to him, he suddenly felt extremely awkward. Chapter 9:18. Qin waved his hand and did not look at him again. Instead, he turned to Wu Miaowan and asked, "How are the survivors of the Six-Sword sect doing?" Wu Miaowan replied expressionlessly. She was not as easy to talk to as Enchanting. Seeing that Qin was about to show his might, she felt happy. Currently, most of them have been arrested. Only a few managed to escape. However, we have already issued a warrant for their arrest. I believe that they have nowhere else to run. Qin nodded. That's good. There is no need to talk too much about these sections. Anyone who resists arrest will be killed without mercy. After he finished speaking, he turned to look at the blood-cloth sect leader. What did you say just now? No. Nothing. Head chief is right. The blood-cloth sect master quickly sat down in embarrassment. Although Qin did not directly answer his question, his attitude was very clear. He had already suffered at the hands of the Six-Sword sect once. He would not repeat the same mistake. What he meant was that if he continued to be uncooperative, he would be treated as a traitor like the Six-Sword sect. This might seem like child's play to those in power in China. However, in the Jianghu, it was normal for people to draw their swords because of suspicion. How could there be so many tricks in the Jianghu? In the past, it was not uncommon for one to offend an expert with a single rude word, and one would end up in a state of total annihilation. With the strength that the head chief had displayed, he was completely capable of uprooting the entire blood cloth sect. When the time came, the sect would be gone. What was the point of talking about techniques? Chen Guang saw that he was sensible and nodded. Everyone is so cooperative. That's good. I did not want to force you, but there has to be an explanation. You cannot say that you will not give it to me because I do not need it. Whether it is useful or not is my business. However, whether you give it to me or not is your business. You must first correct your attitude. Before I say I don't want it, you can't say you won't give it to me, understand? As Chen Guang spoke, he retracted his aura and looked around. Finally, his gaze stopped on the blood cloth sect leader's face. The pitiful fellow braced himself and stood up. Dejectedly, he said, I understand. It's good that you understand. Sit down. Back in the true martial land, Chen Guang was much more domineering when he spoke to others. But now, he was much more restrained. The reason why he was ambushed back then was due to many coincidences. Long Dingtian's treachery and cunning played a part in it, but it was also due to his own carelessness. Of course, the Six Swords sect played an important role in it as well. Since things had already progressed to this stage, Chen Guang could not punish himself by committing suicide to apologize to the world. Naturally, the Six Swords sect and Dragon Gate delivery would continue to pursue the matter. On the other hand, it also showed that the intelligence work within the headquarters was not so perfect. Someone had stuffed the spy right under their nose. Therefore, even though Ouyang Tianqing was dead, Chen Guang did not trust the other inner force martial artists present. Of course, he soon planned to quit. He did all this so that after he escaped, Xian Qin and Wu Miaowan could continue to be deputy bureau chief or be promoted to bureau chief. It would be easier for them. The summary meeting still had to be held, but Chen Guang felt that it was meaningless to sit there. He found an excuse and went to his office to take a nap. In the end, he did not manage to sleep. Instead, he went to Cloud City to take stock of the amount of faith points he had obtained from all the trouble he had caused in the true martial land. The harvest was not bad. He had obtained faith points for his pencil sharpening, darts, and piano skills. As for his car racing and pilot skills, there was no hope. What? There was even a pile driver? Don't mention that. I'll cry if I talk about it. Also, because his inner force was cultivated in the true martial land, he could not obtain the statue of a god on the spot. In addition, the true martial land was huge. The Holy Emperor's martial arts were undeniably the best in the world, but whether his physical body was the best was debatable. Therefore, although he had done many things, there were only 3 that were useful. However, this was enough. Before he left, the amount of faith points he had obtained in the true martial land was exactly the same as the upper limit of the statue of a god in the middle realm of the Spirit Heavenly Cup, which was 53333. Before the Heavenly Holy Grail's level increased, it seemed that the upper limit of the faith points he could obtain from the world in the cup, which had a complete world view. Compared to the transient ocean, which was stuck at 29,000, Chen Guang was satisfied with the true martial land's performance. He was about to roll up his blanket and sleep in, but someone suddenly popped up from his bed in the resting room. The old leaders are here. Xian Qin stood at the door of the resting room and urged him. Your immediate superiors are coming, but you're ignoring the meeting and sleeping in here. That's not very good, is it? Chen Guang crawled out of his blanket helplessly. What's not good about it? They won't be my immediate superiors in a while. Xian Qin was stunned. What's wrong? Chen Guang shrugged. Nothing much. The poison sect and dark sect have been destroyed, and Ouyang Tianqing is dead. There's no point in me continuing to be the bureau chief. I'm planning to resign. This, Xian Qin recalled how unwilling he was when she first made him the bureau chief. Although she had already guessed that he would run away, she still felt her heart clench when she heard this from his mouth. Must you resign? Qin Guang nodded. Yes. Although I've always been a hands-off boss, I can't just sit in this position and do nothing. However, these things are no longer meaningful to me. Instead of wasting time on them, it's better to use them in more meaningful ways. What could be more meaningful than this? This is a vice-ministerial level position. Qin Guang smiled. Of course there is. It's power. Xin Qin realized that she couldn't convince him. Others might not know, but she had seen Qin Guang's destructive power. Although she didn't know that Qin Guang's real goal was the realm and the cup and the heavenly Holy Grail, she thought he was thinking of ways to restore the power of the great sorcerer in his previous life. Although her starting point was wrong, there was nothing wrong with where she was going. This was where the pursuit between people was different. Abbess Xin Yuan and Wu Qingming's original goal was to develop the Thousand Despair sect and Thousand Flower Valley. Now that Xin Qin and Wu Miaowan had taken over this heavy responsibility from their master, they had to inherit their master's unfulfilled wish. Not only did they have to be the deputy bureau chief of the Stabilization General Bureau, they had to do it well. They had to do it until everyone was satisfied. However, Qin Guang was different. He used to be so powerful. In the face of absolute power, these worldly powers were not attractive to him. He even felt that it was a waste of his life, but it didn't seem to be a problem. Look at how wronged you are. Don't pull a long face. I'm only resigning. I won't run away. Besides, with the old man's current power, even if I don't sit here, who would dare to not give me face? If you need help later, just tell me. I'll come here. Who would dare to stop me? Compared to being a bureau chief, I actually prefer being a hired thug who doesn't need to use his brain to make decisions. Really? I rarely make decisions in the Guangding General Headquarters, and it's rare for me to make a decision myself. Yet, I've been toyed with. If I hadn't used a special method to obtain absolute power at the critical moment and rendered Ouyang Tianqing's schemes meaningless, everyone would have been finished. But in the end, it still resulted in some bad consequences. Qin Guang didn't continue. He didn't want to bring up Xin Qin's sad memories. Xin Qin hugged his waist. Don't be like this. Little Miaowan, don't blame you. Life and death are fated. That's true. Let's go. I wonder why the old men are here today. Qin Guang patted Xin Qin's shoulder and turned to walk out. However, he was thinking about something else. I was planning to look for you in Beijing these 2 days, but you came by yourself. It's good that you came. I want to see how you are going to explain Chao Jingming's matter. Who was the most hateful person? Traitor and mole. Long Dingtian and Zhuge Ling were already dead. It was impossible for Chao Jingming to stay out of this matter. Old Chao, why do you look so restless? In the General Bureau's small conference room, a few old men were sitting together and chatting. One of the old men turned his head and asked Old Chao, who was beside him. Old Chao forced a smile. It's nothing, nothing. What do you think we should say to convince Qin Guang to hand over his authority? If he isn't willing, we can't force him, right? Another old man chuckled. You don't have to worry about this. It's not like you don't know how lazy he is. I'm afraid we just have to casually mention it and arrange a more comfortable position for him. He will be more than happy to do it. Isn't it a little inappropriate for us to burn the bridge after crossing the river? What if we offend him? No, no. Little Chen is a sensible child. As long as we explain it to him clearly, he won't have any thoughts. He is ultimately different from Ouyang Tianqing. You make it sound easy, but didn't we come here behind old Jiang and old Jin's backs because we have ulterior motives? But if we let little Shui take over his position, he shouldn't have any objections, right? Outside the conference room, Qin Guang, who was about to push the door open, suddenly froze. Although the soundproofing of the room was very good, and even Xin Qin, who was beside him, could not hear anything. He could hear every word of the people in the room clearly because of his profound skills. Wow, all of you. I haven't resigned yet, and after all this time, you're actually planning to let me go? Hey! Look at my bad temper. You've already made me unhappy, and now I can't agree. I won't go along with your wishes. Shui Lin is my little brother, and he's my fanatic believer. I can trust him. But if I take the initiative to give up my position, there's no problem. But now you're trying to trick me. I'm sorry, no way. Qin Guang took a deep breath, pushed the door open, and entered. His expression didn't change, but his eyes looked around. Lin Jingwei's grandfather wasn't around, Jiang Yage's and Jin Shiyue's grandfathers weren't around, and there were only a few people in this group that he had an impression of. Qin Guang greets everyone. His stubborn temper rose, and he didn't show the juniors etiquette. Instead, he greeted them in the style of a person from the pugilistic world. The old men looked at each other. They hadn't even started talking, but why did Qin Guang seem to have a bad attitude? Chapter 919. Xiao Chen, you've worked hard this time. Old Xiao seemed to be the one with the highest status in the room, so he spoke first. Qin Guang waved his hand. Not at all, not at all. I just did what I was supposed to do. Qin Guang, you've done a great service this time, so you should be rewarded. But you're still so young, and you're already the chief of the Guangding General Headquarters. It's not good to reward you for such a short period of time. Tell me, what do you want? Another old man tried to sound him out, like an old grandpa trying to coax a child. Qin Guang sneered in his heart. Maybe the next sentence would be a promotion but a demotion. No, no, no. Don't mention any rewards. What era are we in now? We don't have the same old things anymore. Since I'm the chief of the Guangding General Headquarters, even if I die on the battlefield, it's my duty. Besides, if I'm just an ordinary police officer at the grassroots level, it might be meaningful to talk about how many merits I've earned. But I'm already in this position, and I should take the lead. Don't talk about merits anymore. I don't deserve it. I'm ashamed. He smiled and cupped his hands. Let's stop them from talking first. Old Xiao and the others looked at each other. What was wrong with him today? His personality was different from everyone's analysis. Old Xiao braced himself and said, although that's the case, it's our army's tradition to reward based on merit. We've thought about it, and there's a department. Qin Guang immediately interrupted him. As expected, the older the wiser. He had already shut them up, and they still had the cheek to mention it. Let's not beat around the bush. I heard everything you said just now. I only have 2 words for this, no way. He was unhappy and did not care if he was a junior anymore. What? Now that Ouyang Tianqing is dead and I'm useless, you want to burn the bridge after crossing it? Xiao Chen, don't say that. That's not what we meant. Then what do you mean? Fine, if I wanted to leave on my own accord, that's fine. But now that you've brought it up, I won't agree. Even a clay bodhisattva has some anger. You guys lied to me about the information, and I haven't talked to the old gentleman yet. What? Do you think that I, Qin Guang, am good-tempered and easy to bully? If you want me to leave, you'll have to ask the other Jianghu people in the headquarters for permission first. Deputy Director Xian, am I right? Qin Guang turned to ask Xian Qin. Xian Qin was stunned at first, and her brain went blank for a moment. Didn't you say that you were ready to quit? What are you up to this time? However, she quickly understood that Qin Guang had a rebellious mentality, and she was happy to see it happen. That's right. Chief Chen was now the #1 expert in pugilistic world. In the past, he had been the alliance master of pugilistic world. He was the only one who could be the chief of the headquarters. If it was anyone else, they would not be able to convince the public. It wasn't easy for us to get to where we are today, and now you want to transfer him away? In any case, I'll be the first to disagree. Xin is the one who knows me the best. She is indeed my little dearest. Chen Guang grinned. Seeing that the old man had nothing to say, he changed the topic again. By the way, let's talk about this later. Old gentleman, I have a very important piece of information that I want to mention to you. I won't be happy if I don't get it out. As he spoke, he looked at old man Chao. If he remembered correctly, this old man had been sitting in front of Chao Jingming during the individual military drill. At that time, the two of them had even whispered to each other for a while. Looking at their facial features, there were some similarities. If he guessed correctly, this old man must be Chao Jingming's father. You, as his father, came at the right time. I just want to ask what your good son is going to do. At that time, I made him suffer a little. I heard that after the individual military exercise, Chao Jingming was also punished a little. But this seemingly inadvertent revenge of his is to kill me. This is too much, this is really too much. Seeing this, old Chao's heart skipped a beat, and he secretly cursed. Before I set off for Ninghai province, there was a long period of time when I was struggling to find the whereabouts of the poison sect, dark sect, and Lord One. Everyone must be clear about what happened later. The mole, Long Ding Tian, took out a piece of information. Of course, although he was a mole, there was no problem with the information he gave. The evil martial artists were indeed hiding in Ninghai province. But while I was communicating with Long Ding Tian, I got another piece of information from another place. Old Mr. Chao, do you know where this information came from? Chen Guang didn't intend to waste time with him. Instead, he went straight to the point. While speaking, he also carefully observed old Chao's expression. The old man only panicked for a short while, but he was an experienced man after all, so he quickly regained his composure. Perhaps he really knew something, but he pretended to be at a loss and asked calmly, "What's going on?" Chen Guang sighed in his heart. It was really boring and annoying. Someone used the relationship between Jiang Yage and me to pretend to help me by revealing the whereabouts of Lord Wen to her. Then, Jiang Yage relayed this to me. Although this matter seemed to have no impact, after all, whether I knew it or not, I would go to Ninghai. But it more or less interfered with my judgment and made me further lose my vigilance against Long Ding Tian. Old Chao, you really don't know who did this? Seeing that old Chao still wanted to pretend to be ignorant, Chen Guang finally couldn't bear it anymore and slammed the table. It's Chao Jingming. Old Chao, explain to me. Before this, you obviously found out the whereabouts of Wen through the Skynet, but why did you hide it from me? I think you probably hoped that Lord Wen would die in Ninghai province. But why did it come from Chao Jingming's mouth, then from Jiang Yage's side, and then to my ears when I started to investigate? What the hell is he planning? Can I assume that he colluded with Ouyang Tianxing long ago and that his purpose is to send me to Ninghai province to die? Old Chao's face suddenly turned pale. He had thought that Chen Guang would investigate this matter. This time, he personally led the team here, hoping to communicate with Chen Guang in private. He didn't expect that Chen Guang would be so impatient. Obviously, Chen Guang had recognized him, but he still exposed this matter in public. Chen Guang didn't save him any face and didn't give him any leeway. The other old men in the small conference room all looked at old Chao with different expressions. No one knew what they were thinking. Old Chao braced himself to stand up and put on airs. This. Chen Guang, you can't talk nonsense. You are slandering a senior general. You can't just make empty promises. In fact, the moment he recognized old Chao, Chen Guang had guessed what he was thinking. Today, it seemed that old Chao was leading the team to talk to him about the transfer, but his real purpose was to protect his son. Empty promises? You think I don't have evidence here? He took out his mobile phone and looked down at it. He was so angry that he laughed. Oh, I didn't expect that the special communication system could be tampered with. It turned out that the message that Jiang Yage sent to him on his mobile phone had disappeared. If there was no accident, there would not be a backup of their call recording in the system. It was a pity that he didn't think of saving the call record between him and Jiang Yage at that time, so she wouldn't have it. Well, old Chow, you have done a good job in preparation. I admit defeat. But it's useless to say more. I will only say 2 things today. First, I can only give up my position as the director of the Guangdong General Bureau. I can't leave just because you want me to. I'm really sorry. It's easy to invite a devil in, but it's hard to send him away. If I don't keep an eye on you, who knows if you will use the Guangdong General Bureau that I built to secretly stab me in the back. Second, Chao Jingming wants my life. I thought you could help me uphold justice, but now it seems that there is no hope. But it doesn't matter. If you don't find trouble with him, I will find trouble with him myself. Old Chow, if you want to protect your son, you can try to stop me. I, Zhen Wu. I, Chen Guang, will do what I say. I will never compromise. I want to see how you can stop me. After that, he slammed the door and left, leaving the group of old men in the conference room. Some things turned out this way because of a lot of coincidences. If the old men hadn't looked down on his character from the beginning and tried to hide the information about Wen from him, Chao Jingming wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. Now that things had been done and the gap had been created, it wouldn't be so easy to mend it. Chen Guang didn't mean to blame anyone. From the perspective of the old masters, most of the time, they couldn't just consider their personal feelings when making decisions. Governing a big country was like cooking a small dish. Many things that seemed casual and seemingly trivial were actually decisions that they had made after careful consideration. In a sense, their decision was a bit despicable, but it was actually a good thing for the country. Chen Guang could understand the logic, but he couldn't accept it emotionally. If it was someone else who was unlucky, Chen Guang would say that it didn't matter at all. But since they wanted to deceive him and he was the one who was secretly tripped up by Chao Jingming, then I'm sorry, but you've stepped on my tail. I'm very angry now, so someone has to be unlucky. For the sake of Lin Jingwei, Bai Hua, Jiang Yage, and Jin Shiyue, I won't pursue your previous concealment. In the past, with my identity and status, it was my greatest honor to see you in person instead of on TV. If you could say a few words to me, it would be my greatest honor. However, things are different now. I'm no longer that ignorant brat from before. I'm no longer an unremarkable university student who hasn't even graduated yet. I'm now the Saint Emperor of the true martial continent. Perhaps Chen Guang's temper would be much better after he woke up from his nap and sat here to chat with others. The main reason why Chen Guang still hadn't broken away from the Zhenwu Holy Emperor state was also the main reason. So in the past, he often felt that he wasn't suitable for politics. If he was really a two-faced person, even if he was still a holy emperor, he would still be a thick-skinned holy emperor. He wouldn't have fallen out with old man Chao in public. Instead, he would have chosen to pretend to be polite to old man Chao. Even if he secretly killed Chao Jingming later, as long as he didn't get any evidence, it wouldn't be a big deal. As soon as Chen Guang left, the old men looked at each other. They didn't expect that a proper meeting would end up like this. Old Chao, could what he said be true? One of the old men asked. Old man Chao waved his hand. How is that possible? Although Jingming is sometimes immature, this is a matter of principle. Of course, he couldn't admit it. At this moment, his heart was filled with hatred. If you talk about this in private, we can discuss any compensation you want. I'll find a way to satisfy you. As long as there are enough benefits, is there anything in this world that can't be discussed? What kind of attitude is this? Are you threatening us? From what you're saying, you want to do it yourself and do it privately? How can you have such thoughts? Chao Jingming waved his hand helplessly, signaling for the meeting to end. All right, let's not interact with other people from the Guangdong General Headquarters for now. Today's matter will end here. We've just arrived, so let's take a rest and discuss tomorrow. He turned to look in the direction of Yan Jing and thought to himself, what should I do now? This son of mine is stupid. I've punished him before, but this time, I really can't let him get away with it. Otherwise, he'll be sent to the military court for a major crime, a capital crime. Chapter 920. When Chen Guang came out of the meeting room, he was also unhappy. He didn't want to stay in the headquarters anymore. He said goodbye to Xi and Qin, who had been following him, and went to the parking lot to drive his car. "Can't you let me have a good night's sleep?" After thinking about it, he decided to go to his Tianguang manager's office. He had no other purpose. He just wanted to go there to sleep so that he wouldn't be forced to sleep here. In the end, he didn't manage to sleep. Lin Jingwei and Bai Hua came. If Lin Jingwei was alone, Chen Guang would choose to receive him in bed. It's his own business whether he wants to be gay or not. Anyway, I don't want to move. But out of consideration for Big Brother Bai, Chen Guang reluctantly got out of his bed and ran to the office. "Little Lin, brother Little Bai, don't tell me you're here to persuade us?" Feeling listless, Chen Guang raised his head to look at the clock on the wall. It was already 3 p.m., and it should have been over 40 hours since he last slept in the real world. If it was just not sleeping, it wouldn't be a big problem. But last night, I can't say too much. It's not suitable for children. Even if the Holy Emperor was made of iron, he was still human. He was a little sleepy and needed a nap to refresh himself. Lin Jingwei sighed and sat in front of Chen Guang. "Brother Guang, I'm definitely not a persuader. You know me. I hate these things the most. If it was in the past, I definitely wouldn't get involved. But this time, it's your problem. I have to get involved even if I don't want to." Chen Guang understood his difficulties. "Fine. Say it. What message did the elders want you to pass on?" Lin Jingwei opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he stopped. On the other hand, Bai Hua was more magnanimous. Jingwei's grandfather just found out about Uncle Chao's matter. Grandfather Jiang and Grandfather Jin are also very unhappy. They have already ordered a thorough investigation. Chen Guang nodded his head. This wasn't out of his expectations. Since Chao Jingming's father was the one leading the team, that meant that Chao Jingming intended to hide this matter from the other elders. But it was a pity that Chen Guang couldn't do it. However, he was not optimistic about this thorough investigation. Forget it. Old Chao acted quickly. Now that all the evidence is gone, it's unlikely that Jiang Yage and I will be able to do anything with empty words. I know the ropes. Whether evidence is important or not, it all depends on the person, right? If the person you want to investigate is someone like Chao Jingming, it's impossible to make him pay any price without conclusive evidence. Lin Jingwei nodded. Indeed. You're not going to persuade me to resign? Chen Guang suddenly asked. Lin Jingwei glared at him. What kind of people do you think we are? Even I feel that these old men are too much. I want to help you. When I go back, I will make a scene. This time, I am not representing everyone. It's mainly my grandfather, Grandfather Jin, and Grandfather Jiang. They are afraid that you will hate everyone. As for the others, you can do whatever you want. You really don't need to care about me. I'm just here to smooth things over. But don't worry. You can make as much trouble as you want. Whether it's for the sake of me and Brother Bai, or for the sake of Jiang Yage and Jin Shiyue, you're always half one of us. The sky won't collapse. Speaking of which, Chao Jingming is really hateful. He was afraid that you would not fall for it, so he even used Jiang Yage. Chen Guang smiled. Little Lin, you are really clear about this. Of course. Who do you think I am? Oh right, why don't you tell me how you suddenly became so heaven-defying? Also, what happened to your hand? Many people are telling me in private that it's like a fantasy novel. It's so scary. As Lin Jingwei was making a scene, he grabbed Chen Guang's right hand and looked at it carefully. Your skin, TSK. My brother, you're awesome. Could the rumors be wrong? The situation was too dangerous, and someone made a mistake. Qin Guang rolled his eyes. Come, let me tell you a story. Actually, my hand had exploded. My blood was spurting out like a fountain. Lin Jingwei was still in disbelief. Impossible. Qin Guang continued. You're the one who asked me. I told you, but you didn't believe me. What happened next is even more unbelievable. Have you heard of suicide by cutting one's wrist? Yes, why? Think about it. Cutting one's wrist is just a small cut on the wrist, and you can die on the spot. My entire hand exploded, and the blood spurted out. It's 10 times more powerful than cutting one's wrist, right? That's true, but I still don't believe it. I don't care if you believe it or not. In any case, I was already dead. After I died, I transmigrated to a place called Jinwu Continent. I possessed the body of the Shao family's trash illegitimate child. Could it be that you were once a genius, and then inexplicably became a third-level Doli? Qin Guang said seriously, of course not. Jinwu Continent doesn't study Do Qi, but inner strength. Well, in a sense, you can think of it as Do Qi. In short, I lived in Jinwu Continent for 137,861 years and became the Saint Emperor of that world. Lin Jingwei and Bai Hua felt that they didn't have enough to roll their eyes. Then you broke through the void and came back. You even reconstructed your body and grew your hand back. Bai Hua, who had been listening to the story, couldn't help but complain. Qin Guang clapped his hands. That's right. That's it. Lin Jingwei pointed at him with a trembling finger, speechless for a long time. Damn. Brother Guang, your ability to talk nonsense with a straight face is getting better and better. Qin Guang shrugged helplessly. See? I tried to explain it to you, but you didn't believe me. You thought I was talking nonsense. Bastard. Normal people can't be trusted. Qin Guang almost laughed out loud. Poor little Lin. Other than the fact that I'm not a third-level Doli, I didn't lie to you. Of course, he didn't expect Lin Jingwei and Bai Hua to believe him. All right. Enough with your fantasy stories. I'd rather believe that you're like Big Sister Wenwen. You're like Zhang Wuji. You learned inner strength. It's like practicing the heaven and earth great shift with the 9-yang divine art. You're awesome. I admire you, okay? Qin Guang laughed. Of course. It's good that you know that. Show me some respect in the future. I've always respected you, okay? I'm almost kneeling on the ground and licking your toes. Anyway, you have to give me some face. You can't completely fall out with my grandpa. I'm begging you. Qin Guang nodded. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Bai Hua wanted to say something else, but Lin Jingwei had already made his stance clear. Although Qin Guang didn't say anything, his attitude was very clear. There was no point in saying anything more. He could only sigh and say, no matter what, I don't want you to fall out with the elders. Qin Guang's relationship with Bai Hua wasn't as close as it was with Lin Jingwei. He just laughed. Don't worry. It won't reach that point. Qin Guang didn't chat with the two for long before they left together. It wasn't hard for Qin Guang to guess how they would reply to the elders when they got back. Thinking about it, it was probably because the old masters were in the wrong, so they had to give him an explanation. Qin Guang wasn't worried that his seemingly stubborn performance would cause the elders to have thoughts that they shouldn't have. First of all, they didn't know the depth of his current strength. They were afraid, even more afraid than they were of the previous martial artists. Because he was stronger than the previous martial artists. Countless times stronger. In the past, Wenwen was enough to make them fearful. In order to rope in Wenwen, they would almost agree to everything. But the truth was that Ouyang Tianqing was stronger than Wenwen. He could even easily escape from the Guangding General Headquarters and the Security Bureau, make a comeback, and even defeat Wenwen. But now, Qin Guang had almost killed Ouyang Tianqing, who had just defeated Wenwen, with one hand. It was as easy as killing an ant. Then, compared to Ouyang Tianxing or Wenwen, the current Qinguang was even stronger. And unlike the others, he had a huge influence on the international and domestic networks. Fortunately, he didn't have a strong desire for power, nor did he have any utilitarian heart. To him, he seemed to be more intoxicated by the sense of achievement that fame brought. He was almost perfect. His only flaw was that he had a bad temper and wasn't tolerant enough. This was an unstable part of him. But to the elders, this was a headache for them, but also a good thing. They didn't have to worry about him having any bad intentions. He couldn't do that. But the elders were also afraid that with his honesty and innocence, he would be used by others. So, they planned to find a place for him after the situation stabilized. But they might have coincidentally bumped into Chao Jingming, which made him unhappy. They were a bit too hasty, and in the end, it became like this. Also, to the elders, although Chao Jingming was in the wrong, he was still a high-ranking general. He was also the favorite of old man Chao, who had worked hard for so many years. His merits and demerits offset each other. Even if the father and son of the Chao family were wrong in hiding the information, Qinguang didn't have to hold on to it. He didn't want to kill them. They felt that perhaps Qinguang was a bit too arrogant. In short, the current situation was that it was hard for everyone to back down. It wasn't appropriate to completely cater to Qinguang's wishes and get rid of Chao Jingming. But they didn't consider his mood at all. It seemed that he wouldn't stop for a while. After thinking about it, the elders couldn't come up with a good strategy. So, they hurriedly sent Lin Jingwei and Bai Hua to find Qinguang. They wanted to use their relationship with Qinguang to smooth things over. They didn't expect that Lin Jingwei's but was also crooked from the beginning. Not only did he not persuade Qinguang, but he also expressed his attitude as Brother Guang, don't be afraid. If you continue to be stubborn, the elders will definitely be afraid. If Lin Jingwei's attitude really reached the ears of the elders, they would probably be so angry that their backs would hurt. Smoothing things over actually didn't have much effect, but it succeeded in making Qinguang collapse even more. So sleepy. After sending off Lin Jingwei and Bai Hua, he took off his clothes and was about to crawl into bed when he received another call. Presumably, it was Lin Jingwei, who had just left, reporting back to the elders about the results of their negotiations. Chapter 921. Hello, little Chen. I'm Lin Jingwei's grandfather. On the other side of the phone, an old man's voice came straight to the point. He could ignore other people, but he had to respect little Lin's grandfather. Qinguang forcefully shook his head and pulled himself together. Hello, Grandpa Lin. Little Chen, I already know what happened. I'd like to apologize to you first. Grandpa Lin, you're too kind. What happened before was indeed our fault for not being thorough enough. We didn't mean to harm Sect Master Wen on purpose. On one hand, we considered that Sect Master Wen had always been very strong. She suddenly left like that, and even the other members of the Wen family didn't know where she went. This meant that she had absolute confidence in her own strength, and believed that not only would others not be able to help her, they might even be a burden to her. At the same time, we also considered that the Guangding General Bureau has just been established, and the people's hearts are not stable yet. We shouldn't act rashly. Qinguang didn't agree with what he said, but since he had already said it, arguing with him over the phone was meaningless. It would only make things difficult for Lin Jingwei. He simply replied, yes, I understand that. That's why I haven't used this matter. To be honest, I don't care about the position of chief director. Grandpa Lin, you know what I really care about. You're talking about little Chao, right? Qinguang said without hesitation, that's right. He was really tired of bargaining with others. If it wasn't for the fact that he was too sleepy, if it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to sleep, he really wanted to fly to Yanjing right now and crush Chao Jingming's bones one by one. For ordinary people, his desire for revenge might be a little too strong. But unfortunately, the old man was now the true martial saint emperor. He had a bad temper and couldn't tolerate even a little grievance. We only found out about this today, so I won't defend little Chow for now. After all, the matter hasn't been confirmed yet. You can't just kill him, can you? The matter hasn't been confirmed yet. Little Chen, you can't punish him like this. But I can promise you that we will find out the truth. If little Chow really did something wrong, we will definitely make him apologize to you, okay? Chen Guang almost laughed out loud. Apologize? Grandpa Lin, isn't this a little too light? Old Master Lin was secretly unhappy. Little Chen, even if little Chow might have made a mistake, he still made a lot of contributions and has quite a bit of prestige in the army. He is one of the next generation of generals that we are focusing on nurturing. Even if he really did do it, he didn't cause too serious of an evil consequence. Where it is possible to forgive people, one should forgive them. Chen Guang countered with a question, Grandpa Lin, nothing can be accomplished without rules. Chao Jingming's actions are equivalent to betraying the country. According to your rules, how should we punish him? What if he hadn't been the one who'd committed the crime, but an ordinary person? It's impossible for you to just apologize and say that you should forgive and forget. So you want him to die? Old Master Lin suppressed his unhappiness and asked in a joking yet serious manner. Chen Guang replied, if you have rules that are convincing, then follow them. If you don't, or if you can't do it, then I will follow my own rules. Maybe what I said is not very pleasing to the ears and may make you a little embarrassed, but I can only apologize. I am just like that. After Chen Guang finished speaking, he took the initiative to hang up the phone. On the other side, old Master Lin was stunned at first, then his face turned red with anger. There was actually someone in this world who dared to take the initiative to hang up on him. And he was so impatient. This little Chen's arrogance really reached the sky. Seeing this, an old man next to him slammed the table angrily. Chen Guang is simply too lawless. If it's all based on subjective conjecture, do we really have to follow his wishes and arrest little Chow? He's clearly arrogant and conceited, putting everyone else in his eyes. Another person said, in my opinion, it's probably because our attitude towards him in the past was too good, making him feel too good about himself and unable to distinguish the severity of the situation. We should just remove him from his position in the Guangding General Headquarters. If he dares to resist, his family. Bam! At the side, the big baldy, old Jiang, was furious. Oldie, what nonsense are you talking about? How could Chen Guangli's contributions be any worse than Xiao Chao's achievements? If not for him, would there be the Guangding General Headquarters now? If not for him, wouldn't Ouyang Tianqing still be at large, making us feel like we have a fishbone in our throats? How can you have such thoughts? If you really make a scene like this, believe it or not, I will be the first to pull out a gun and shoot you. Come. You come. I'm a coward if I'm afraid of you. Old Master Lin's frown deepened. All of you, shut up. All of you, stop talking. Baldy old Jiang sat down, still angry. He glared at old Master Yi. This is ridiculous. Back then, you were the one who agreed to push Ouyang Tianqing to the position of the Special Affairs Bureau Chief. We haven't even held you accountable for this. Now you actually have such thoughts. Have you been living like a dog all these years? You. Old Master Yi was about to explode again, but old Master Lin glared at him again. He sat down helplessly, knowing that what he had said earlier was unpopular. He had gone overboard. However, he was also anxious. Old Chow had begged him over the phone in tears. He sympathized with his old brother. At this time, old Master Jean said in a steady tone, although I don't know what happened to Chen Guang that made his personality different from before, making him seem a little violent and stubborn, I think he's still a good person. His hatred for evil hasn't changed. He's right about one thing. Nothing can be accomplished without rules. Those who make mistakes should pay the price. It's just that some people acted too quickly. Now that there's no evidence, and little Chen is stubborn and unwilling to give in, the situation is in a stalemate for the time being. His attitude is also very clear. If we don't come up with a convincing decision, I'm afraid he won't let the matter go. We don't want to see things develop to that point, and we can't force him to go against us just because of this. Don't forget, with his personality, it's possible that he would do something like this. When he was just an ordinary student, he once fought to the death with Su Lijeng and his son from Gokyo University. At that time, this matter caused an uproar in the country, and in the end, both Su Lijeng and his son lost their lives. If we're talking about the disparity in status, the difference between him and Su Lijeng back then is much greater than the difference between him and us now. Furthermore, it was said that those who practiced martial arts all had a courageous and diligent heart. In the path of martial arts, they especially pursued a clear mind. Otherwise, it would form a demonic barrier in their hearts, and there was even the risk of chi deviation. I think that the change in his personality has something to do with the change in his personal strength. The world's #1 martial artist, of course, has the world's #1 sharp heart. He's not willing to lower his head because he's afraid that his Taoist heart is unstable. Old Man Yi sneered and said, "Old Jean, I'm afraid that you've been reading too many useless wuxia novels recently. Where's your Taoist heart?" Old Man Jean did not mind this person's disdain and only smiled. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never be defeated. Although the martial artists depicted in wuxia novels might not be completely correct, they still have some value for reference. Those martial artists have never left any ancient records for us. From our standpoint, if we want to understand them, other than gathering information, there's no harm in reading novels. All the old men fell silent. Although they felt that Old Man Jin's analysis was a little strange, it was not without reason. However, this was not good news. If it really involved that unreasonable Taoist heart, it would only prove that there was no possibility of Chen Guang retreating. Then, no one would be able to change his decision. However, the situation had finally stabilized, and no one could bear the severe consequences of forcing him onto the same path as Ouyang Tianqing. However, these old men were old now, and they appreciated each other. They pitied Old Man Chao and could not bear to see Old Man Chao and his son pay a heavy price for this. They did not want to admit that Chen Guang had not fallen out with them, but everyone knew that they and their families had special rights. If they made a mistake, they did not need to receive the harshest punishment like normal people. To be honest, it's still old Zhang's granddaughter's problem. Why are you talking about this with Chen Guang? Another old man who was also on Chao Jingming's side said sarcastically. When baldy old Jiang heard that, he was angry. Yo, didn't you just say that you don't have any evidence? Now you're blaming my granddaughter? Isn't this just showing that he's hiding something? My granddaughter is young, kind, and naive. She was deceived by some uncles with evil intentions. Isn't that uncle even more hateful? Today, he betrayed Chen Guang. Tomorrow, he'll betray all of us. Do you believe me? When we go to the underworld of the underworld, let's see who still has the face to speak up for him. In my opinion, we should arrest him now and interrogate him. Even if we don't have any evidence, we can still get some if we interrogate him. Old Jiang, your way of thinking is a little biased. We all know that, so I won't beat around the bush. If Xiao Chao really did this, I think that what really angered Chen Guang might not be the fact that he was betrayed or plotted against. Old Zhang's granddaughter should be a girl who is as innocent as a piece of white paper. She would never get involved in these things. I think she must be under a lot of pressure this time. Based on my guess about Chen Guang, he might be feeling indignant for old Zhang's granddaughter. The other old man said something that was clear. But isn't he close to old Jin's granddaughter? Old Zhang's granddaughter. The other old men swept their gazes over the two old men's faces with deep meaning. Old Jiang and old Jin couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Old man Jin, on the other hand, was quick to calm down. Young people should deal with their own matters. I've never interfered. Besides, Chen Guang and my granddaughter are innocent now, but old Qin is right. But what old Qin said just now is right. Even if it's just for the sake of friendship, it's reasonable for him to stand up for Solomon. Old Jiang also said anxiously, yes. They're just friends. That brat, Chen Guang, is too dirty. Even if Solomon has such thoughts, I will definitely not agree to it. Chapter 922. Forget it, I won't ask about it. If this was really the case, then the one who tied the bell should be the one to untie it. It would be better to let Solomon talk about it. If Solomon could persuade him, then there would be a solution that everyone would be satisfied with. Not only can it satisfy him, but it can also save Xiao Chao from eternal damnation. Let's make a compromise. Old Man Lin seemed to be planning to make a final decision on this matter. Old Jiang was anxious. What do you mean? Don't tell me you want me to send my granddaughter away? No way. Old Jiang, don't worry. It's better for young people to talk to each other. It's much more effective than talking to old men like us. Didn't you just say that Chen Guang and your granddaughter are just friends? Let her persuade him. It'll work, it'll work. Old Jiang was stuck in his heart and couldn't say anything for a long time. Old Jean also tried to persuade him. Don't think too much. You've seen Solomon's situation these 2 days. If you don't give her an explanation, are you just going to watch her lose her appetite and lose weight day by day? Old Jiang, you really have to change your temper. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. Look, I never asked about it and nothing happened, right? You mean the same? Aren't you afraid that your Shuriyue will find out? Shuriyue told me a lot of things, but I didn't tell you. Don't worry, the two of them grew up together. They are not biological sisters, but they are closer than biological sisters. They can handle these things by themselves. You're thinking too much. This is not giving her granddaughter away. It's just letting the young people talk about it. Old Jiang sighed. Okay, actually, everyone pretended to be ignorant and felt like they were deceiving themselves. However, due to the two old men Jean and Zhang's faces, even if they were well aware of it, they did not expose it. It was a dilemma. Now that Xiao Chen had become like this, everyone was in a dilemma. But soon, everyone was no longer in a dilemma. Old Jiang made a phone call and looked at everyone speechless for a long time, feeling very embarrassed. What's wrong? Old Jiang thumped his chest and stamped his feet. My good granddaughter has already flown to the 5 capitals this morning. He wanted to say that a grown girl couldn't be kept at home, but it was really embarrassing, and he felt even more ashamed to see anyone. Young people know how to handle things well. That's right. It would be best if we could just let this matter go. This group of old men, no matter what they said, had never made plans for the worst. At the end of the day, they still wanted to protect Qiao Jingming. They did not realize that this was the fundamental conflict between them and Chen Guang, the true martial holy emperor. The final outcome of this meeting was that poor Master Guang still didn't manage to sleep. He used to think that he was an iron man who could not sleep for days and nights, but he could actually do it in the past. Even now, he was not particularly mentally exhausted. After all, the internal strength in his body was constantly circulating, making his spiritual will and body much stronger than ordinary people. But now, his main problem was not mental exhaustion, but the fact that he could not get enough rest. When he thought about problems and communicated with others, he could not completely break away from the state of the true martial holy emperor. This situation had actually happened to him before. For example, when he first entered the Sea of Moments, he accidentally glanced at Bai Fan with a murderous look that he had trained on the pirate ship. At that time, Bai Fan was shocked. This time, he had stayed in the true martial land for a longer time, and the residual memories in his heart had a greater impact on his personality after he came out. So much so that he was not completely relieved even after more than a day. Fortunately, after he became the true martial holy emperor, he had taken the path of a just and peaceful king, so that he did not appear to be hostile on the outside. Although he was overbearing when he communicated with others, he was not too scary. But he still felt very uncomfortable and awkward. He always felt that he was not his normal self. When he was chatting with Lin Jingwei just now, he deliberately talked about the Shao family's illegitimate child. It seemed casual, but it was actually deliberate. He forced himself to use his acting skills to restrain himself, so that Lin Jingwei did not feel uncomfortable. It was a little hard to say, but it was not difficult to understand. He was using the skills of the best actor in history to act, but he was playing his old self. But this was not the way to go. Even if he was the best actor, no matter how good his acting skills were, he would not want to live in his own play forever, right? But today was simply too strange. Usually, he would sleep whenever he wanted. Even in the classroom, okay, then he would sleep even more sweetly. But today, such a small wish like sleeping had become an extravagant dream. This time was even worse than before. He did not even have time to take off his clothes before his phone rang again. He did not want to see who was calling at all. He wanted to throw the phone out the window, but considering that he was on the 15th floor of Lida building, it would be a big problem if he threw something down from here and hit someone, so he endured it. He fiercely grabbed the phone from beside his pillow and gritted his teeth as he muttered. No matter who it was, if they called me now, then they must be my enemy. Death grudge. If it's an insurance salesman, I'll buy your company and fire you. If it's asking if I want to invest, I'll smear your lousy fund to death in my live broadcast room and Weibo and get your boss to fire you. If it's a phone scam, then I'm really sorry. No matter where you are, you can't escape from my revenge. With this thought in mind, his gaze fell on the phone screen. In the next second, he switched to a caring and warm man mode. Hi. Why did you think of calling me at this time? Chen Guang's voice sounded especially gentle. Although he would not normally talk to Jiang Yage like this was a very special time. Because of Chao Jingming's matter, she had been blaming herself a lot in the past 2 days and was feeling very fragile. Just as he hung up on old Master Lin's phone, Jiang Yage called again. Chen Guang thought to himself that she could not possibly be persuaded to become a lobbyist, could she? This was going to be a little difficult. This was really not impossible. Although Jiang Yage was usually mischievous and tough, she was soft inside, which complemented Jin Shiyue, who was soft on the outside but tough on the inside. Just like the situation of the two families, the Jin family never interfered with Jin Shiyue's love affairs. Perhaps the Jin family was open-minded, or perhaps the Jin family knew that it was useless to interfere. As for Jiang Yage, although she took the initiative in her actions and looked cheerful, generous, and heroic, when it came to her grandfather, she would show a troubled expression from time to time, which meant that her personal feelings were actually more interfered with by her family. It was just that she had been hiding it well, so she had not been interfered with. Are you at the company now? I'm already at the entrance of your company. Can I come in to see you? Chen Guang was stunned. Well, is this a vegetable market or a reception center? Batch after batch of people came. He finally understood that the old men in Yanjing were planning to use the technique of fatigue bombing to make him dizzy, and then let go of him in a daze. If it was someone else, after guessing the other party's purpose, he would not see them. But this was one of the main characters, Jiang Yage, so he had to see them. You're wearing a mask, right? No one recognized you, right? I'm wearing a mask. Chen Guang thought for a moment. You go downstairs to the underground parking lot, Area B, number 32. I'll come down immediately. You're a big star, and I'm quite ostentatious now. If someone sees you coming to my company to find me, there might be some scandal. Jiang Yage thought it was reasonable, so she took the elevator to the underground parking lot. She stood in front of his car for less than a minute, and Chen Guang came downstairs with 2 panda eyes. Chen Guang saw that she was always absent-minded from time to time, and was not as active as before. It seemed that there was a heavy mountain in her heart, and he felt sorry for her. Why did you come alone? Where's Shiyue? Aren't the two of you always together? Chen Guang started the car and asked, where do you live? I'll send you to your place first. It's easy to be seen talking outside. Jiang Yage nodded with a heavy heart, and then sighed. Sister Shuyue is still filming in Beijing, and I've been doing my best to film her scenes for the past 2 days. I'll take 2 days off first. There are some scenes that I can't do, and I'll let my stunt double take them. I'm not in the right state to film these 2 days. Didn't I say it over the phone? I don't blame you for this. Who would have thought that Chao Jingming would be so despicable? Didn't you do it to help me? But I'm angry. Uncle Chao watched me grow up, and I didn't expect him to. Sigh. Chen Guang heard that there was a hidden meaning in her words, and he thought that she was right. She was really sent to persuade them. He was also angry in his heart. The old masters were really unscrupulous. From their standpoint, it might not be a problem for them to do so. Chao Jingming's identity was special, and if he was really unlucky, it might indicate that their special status had been affected by him. This seemed like a simple matter, but it was gradually magnified, and it became his privilege to provoke them alone. Now that Chen Guang was 100,000 years old, he certainly understood this logic. But understanding did not mean approval. When you needed me, you gave me special privileges. Now that you don't need me, and seeing that I have a good temper, you're starting to want to maintain your authority in front of me? You guys, I'm so disappointed. After that, Chen Guang did not say much, and drove the car with Jiang Yage to the Enyang Hotel where she was staying. Although this hotel was a little old, it had a very special status in Wujing City. Most of the leaders would stay here when they came to Wujing for public inspection. The Enyang Hotel occupied a large area, and it was built outside the Wujing Third Ring Road. In addition to several suites, there were more than 10 villas. Jiang Yage stayed in one of the villas. Chen Guang directly took Jiang Yage's room card, swiped the door of the villa, and opened it. In this place, there was no need to worry about being secretly photographed and reported. After entering the room, Chen Guang sat on the sofa. He was not in a hurry to take the initiative to speak, but wanted to see what Jiang Yage was going to say. Chapter 923. Jiang Yage first refilled his cup with water, then continued to sit opposite him thoughtfully, not saying a word for a long time. Look at you. Don't hide it. Don't you think I don't know you? You're a person who can't hide things in your heart. You're the same as Lin Jingwei. You're also here to persuade me, right? Alas, you still saw through me. Chen Guang said angrily, it's almost written on your face. Jiang Yage covered her face in a panic. Ah. Did I behave so badly? I can't even hide this little thing. Fortunately, I haven't been filming recently. Otherwise, Big Beard would really be angry to death. All right. Since we're talking, say what you want to say in one breath. Don't worry about me. I may not listen to you even if you say it, right? Jiang Yage poked his shoulder shyly with her finger. You're so annoying. Chen Guang felt goosebumps all over his body. At this moment, he was reminded of Jiang Yage, who had tormented him with all sorts of tricks in the past. Actually, I'm the same as you. I hate Uncle Chao so much that I can't wait to find trouble with him. Chen Guang interrupted her. Just say what you want to say next. We're on the same side. Don't beat around the bush. Jiang Yage was choked by him again. She was embarrassed and angry. She rushed up and hit his shoulder with both hands. Chen Guang knew that she was depressed, so he pretended to struggle. In fact, he didn't really resist and let her hit him. He let her vent a little. It wouldn't hurt anyway. After the two of them had a good fight, Jiang Yage got up with a red face and tidied up her messy clothes. She felt a lot more relaxed after this. Seriously, you can get up now. Chen Guang lay on the sofa sideways. It turned out that Jiang Yage had unknowingly sat on his lap. Unexpectedly, not only did she refuse to get up, she mischievously shook her butt. I'm not getting up. I don't want you to be angry with me. I remember you promised me before, right? Didn't you promise me a few things in the toilet of the Yi Nua Club in Beijing? Chen Guang smiled bitterly and nodded. Yes, what I said at the time was that as long as it doesn't violate my principles, everything is fine. Then I'll mention it today. My request today is that you don't get angry with me. Chen Guang felt the strange touch when his thighs touched her buttocks, and his brain began to soften bit by bit. Sure, no problem. That's good. First of all, Grandpa and the rest didn't mean to make you unhappy. The reason why they want you to step down from the position of the director of the Guangdong General Administration is that you are young and impulsive sometimes. The situation now is different from before. The general administration will definitely have to be restructured, and there will be a lot of changes to the responsibilities and power you will bear in the future. You are a little lazy, so they think you should practice for a period of time and wait for the right time to take on such a big responsibility in the future. After listening, Chen Guang wasn't in a hurry to express his opinion. Did they teach you to say all this? Jiang Yage nodded. Yes. You know I'm not interested in these things. You are so silly. Why? Their beautiful words sound nice, but in reality, to put it bluntly, isn't it because I am different from Lin Jingwei and even Qiao Jingming? I am not a second or third generation, and I am not one of their own. It's not that I have any opinions about Lin Jingwei and the rest, but no one can deny that if it wasn't me, but Lin Jingwei or Bai Hua, or even Xue Lin, who they want to push up, they would not have such thoughts. This kind of words can be used to deceive children, but it doesn't mean anything to me. Chen Guang paused and said, in the past, I didn't want to do it, but at that time, they had a favor to ask of me and Wen, so they forced me to sit here and forced me to do it. Okay, no problem. Because the situation required it, I also coveted the benefits, so I sat here. In such a long period of time, I have been ambushed and assassinated more than once or twice. Did I really not encounter any danger? Not necessarily, but I braced myself and endured it, and I survived. Jiang Yage listened to his words and felt more and more uncomfortable. She tightly pursed her lips and said, I am sorry. What do you have to be sorry for? I am speaking for my grandfather and the rest. No. You can't represent them, and you have no obligation. Now that Ouyang Tianqing is dead, the crisis is over, and I haven't even asked for any benefits, but they want me to leave and give me a job to retire. Although I really hope so, these words can't come out of their mouths. I can only ask for it myself. I am only 21 years old this year. How can they take the initiative to let me retire? They are simply toying with me. Don't they see that Wen and I are different from Ouyang Tianqing? We are upright, have good personalities, and don't have Ouyang Tianqing's cunning and evil intentions? This is really a case of a kind person getting bullied, and a kind horse getting ridden. Jiang Yage saw that he was getting angrier as he spoke and quickly persuaded him, don't be like this. Then I won't talk about this anymore. Just pretend I didn't mention it. As long as you don't agree, no one can let you go. Chen Guang smiled and said rather domineeringly, of course. Then I will continue talking about Qiao Jingming. Grandfather and the rest do want me to be the peacemaker. They want me to tell you that I don't mind. They think you are standing up for me, right? If it was the normal Chen Guang, he would definitely smile and say that it was true. But now, Chen Guang was not normal. He only smiled indifferently and said, this is indeed part of the reason, but only part of it. Yes, I admit that even if there was no news of Qiao Jingming, would have gone to Ninghai province. He really didn't have too much direct influence on the matter, but he interfered with my judgment. You all saw that I was invincible at that time, but only I knew how dangerous the situation was when I was held hostage. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a narrow escape from death. If it wasn't for that ambush, if it wasn't for Long Dingtian drugging sect leader Xian and sect leader Wu in advance, they wouldn't have been so powerless to fight back and be slaughtered. I am partly responsible for the death of the two seniors. Long Dingtian and Six Sword Sect's Zhuge Ling are also responsible. Ghost Shadow, who forced them to die on the spot, is also partly responsible. Indirectly, Chao Jingming, who interfered with my judgment and made me doubt Long Dingtian but was eventually dispelled, is also partly responsible. I have done some things to offset my own mistakes. Long Dingtian, Zhuge Ling, and Ghost Shadow have been killed by me. Then, only Chao Jingming is left. In addition, he didn't succeed in trying to harm me this time. But the hatred between people is not so simple. Even if he was the one who provoked me, it's not something that I can let go of. He will still be afraid of my revenge, and he will continue to spy on me in the dark. Once I relinquish power, or when I reveal a flaw in the future, he will definitely continue to strike first without hesitation to prevent himself from having more problems. This grudge has already been formed, and it's like a crack on a glass. There's no possibility of it healing completely. This may seem like a small matter, but it's a situation that will not rest until one side is dead. You didn't see it clearly enough, and the elders are too optimistic. Of course, I won't close my eyes and wait for death. Rather than being coveted by others and putting myself, family, and friends in danger, I might as well strike first and eliminate the root of the problem to prevent future troubles. Jiang Yage's mouth opened wider and wider. Is it really that serious? Qin Guang nodded. That's right. From what I see, it is that serious. He had seen too many cases of life and death battles in the land of true martial. Right now, he was still in the state of a Saint Emperor, and a Saint Emperor's outlook on life was indeed this straightforward. At the end of the day, it all boils down to the fact that I've never been on the same side as the elders and Chao Jingming. Do you understand? Otherwise, Chao Jingming wouldn't have wanted to deal with me in the first place. Jiang Yage was completely convinced by Qin Guang. From a personal point of view, she even wanted to personally help Qin Guang deal with Chao Jingming. However, she couldn't do that, so she was at a loss for a moment. But I still don't want you and Grandpa to fight to that point. Your forcefulness will put you in a very dangerous situation. Even if Chao Jingming pays the price this time, in the future. Sigh, is there really no way to resolve the grudge? No. There's no turning back. You know that I don't actually want to speak up for Chao Jingming. I'm worried about you, Qin Guang interrupted her. Alright, stop talking. Where's the fearless Jiang Yage that I used to know? There's nothing to be afraid of in one's life. Weren't you bolder than me in the past? This time, you don't have to worry. There's absolutely no one in this world that can touch me. Even if your grandfather and I fight tit for tat, they won't be able to hurt me. You don't have to worry too much. For the sake of you and Lin Jingwei, I won't be too extreme. I just want an explanation after all. Qin Guang used to stand at the peak of power in the land of Jinwu. On the opposite side of him, the elders in Yanjing also stood at the peak of power in this era. On the surface, there seemed to be a huge difference in status between the two, but in Qin Guang's heart, there was no difference at all. I'm the same as you. We represent different peaks. You're at the peak of power in the secular world, while I'm at the peak of personal strength. Jiang Yage looked at him with a bitter face. She was in an indescribable dilemma. She also thought that Chao Jingming should pay the price, but her grandfather had already said that on the phone. She didn't want to see Qin Guang fall out with them. She couldn't help but regret. If she had known that this would happen, she wouldn't have come to Wujing early in the morning. She wouldn't have answered her grandfather's phone call. Why did she have to suffer in this crevice? On the other side, Qin Guang was a little hesitant. He wanted to leave directly, but when he saw the big bed in the bedroom opposite the living room, he couldn't move his feet. Forget it. I'm already here anyway. If I drive away in this state, it'll be a standard super tired driving. That's right. As a law-abiding veteran driver, how could he drive while tired? Hey, if there's nothing else, I'm going to sleep first. I haven't slept for almost 50 hours. Standing up, Qin Guang strode towards the bedroom with the ham. Even if the sky falls down, even if the world ends, don't think about stopping me from sleeping. Chapter 924. Jiang Yage looked at his back, her heart still heavy. Her eyes gradually dimmed. She couldn't think of any solution. Her phone rang. She looked down and saw that it was a text message from her grandfather. We had another afternoon meeting and even asked Xiao Chao in the conference room. He really didn't admit that he had done it. We don't have any evidence now, so we can't do anything to him. Chen Guang might be friends with you guys, but he still lacks a foundation. Even if your grandpa and I speak up for him, it's still not enough for him to have a good relationship with little Shui and little Wu. Although old Lin's grandson is also loyal to him, he has no interest in politics, and he can't control his uncle's affairs. So no matter what, he had to think of another way to get Chen Guang to behave himself. After all, Chen Guang should give him some face, right? This is for his own good. It's all up to you. Chen Guang is not one of us after all. Sigh. Jiang Yage read the text message and felt very upset. His words sounded nice, but it wasn't clear that he was implying that Chen Guang wasn't on their side. The words, one of us, seemed simple, but it had a deep meaning. It was a little strange. It didn't sound like her grandfather's tone. At this time, Jiang Yage didn't know that in Yanjing, thousands of kilometers away, old Jiang was quarreling with someone at a meeting. He was so angry that he threw his mobile phone on the ground in the conference room, turned around, and left. Old man Jean followed him out of the conference room to persuade him. On the other side, old Lin asked someone to pick up old Jiang's phone. The quality of this special supply phone was really amazing. It made a hole in the wooden floor, but it didn't break. Old Lin rolled his eyes and quietly pulled Secretary Chu over, telling him to send a message to Jiang Yage. Secretary Chu felt bitter. If old Jiang knew about this, wouldn't he fight with him? But he had no choice. He couldn't let his old leader take the blame, could he? Therefore, he quietly sent the text message to old Jiang, and then quickly deleted it, lest old Jiang saw it immediately. The entire message was written by Secretary Chu. Every word and sentence was full of traps. He was trying to lead Jiang Yage into a trap. After reading it, on one hand, Jiang Yage felt indignant, but on the other hand, her mind was filled with the last word of the message. They were on the same side. She clenched her teeth harder and harder. Was the word one of us that important? But she quickly recalled that ever since she was a child, her career had been smooth sailing since her debut because of her identity as one of them. There had never been any scandals in public opinion. Whether it was releasing records, singing at galas, taking on commercials, going on variety shows, or even shooting movies, she had indeed occupied all kinds of high-quality resources in the entire entertainment industry that ordinary artists could not compare to. She and sister Shirue could easily become superstars in the country at the age of 20. In addition to the fact that they debuted as child stars, were extremely talented in both singing and acting, and worked hard enough, the real decisive factor was the unparalleled tilt of resources brought about by the word, one of us. There were more than 1 billion people in the country, and there were tens of millions of hardworking and talented people. Some people could make it early, some people quit halfway, and some people were stuck in a quagmire. In order to get ahead, they would do anything, such as hyping up, keeping a mistress, hugging someone's thigh, becoming famous, or even not becoming famous at all. The world had always been unfair. In the past, Jiang Yage had never been willing to consider these problems. Until today, when it was suddenly pointed out, she suddenly came to a realization. That's right, the word, one of us, was really that important. In that case, didn't you mind that Chen Guang was not one of us? Didn't he have no identity and no background? But I did. This determination and thought gradually surged from the depths of her heart, and then became more and more intense, quickly engulfing her entire mind. An extremely strong and indescribable impulse burned in her heart, becoming more and more intense. In fact, ever since she met Chen Guang for the first time, Jiang Yage had always been more proactive than anyone else. But in the past, because of many coincidences, she was always the one who shaved her hair, and Guang was always particularly resistant. Furthermore, although she had that thought, she could never make up her mind. But this time, it was different. She found a reason for herself to be especially decisive. That's right, I want to give him the identity of one of us. Sister Shiyue, I'm sorry. We agreed on a fair competition. I didn't want to do this, but the situation forced me, and I had no other choice. Jiang Yage persuaded herself like this in her heart. She quickly emptied this thought. She clenched her fists, thinking, so what if I beat him to it? I just want to do what's done, and make him my man. Didn't you guys despise him for not having an identity? Then if he becomes my man, wouldn't he be the most authentic son-in-law? At that time, who can still say that he has no identity? Who can still say that he is not one of us? Maybe it's a little unfair to Sister Shiyue, but she will definitely be able to understand my difficulties. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yage got up and walked quickly to the bedroom. On the other side, Guang was also too lazy to take off his clothes. He simply threw himself on the bed, rolled over, and prepared to sleep. He didn't even think of closing the door. This was a guest room in the villa anyway, and Jiang Yage wasn't sleeping on this bed, so she didn't have to be so particular. Jiang Yage took 2 steps out, but then stopped. She recalled that it wasn't that she didn't have such thoughts in the past. Even when she blocked him in the bathroom of the E Noa Club, she had the impulse to do it on the spot in that place. Unfortunately, in the end, she still felt that it was inappropriate. She didn't want her first time to be lost in such a small environment. At that time, Guang also didn't cooperate enough, and in the end, nothing really happened. Now that so much time had passed, he had recently become more overbearing than before, and his personality seemed to be different. But she didn't know if his view of her had changed, and if he would be rebuffed again. That would be so embarrassing. Can I use the matter of him pretending to be Yu to force him to give in? Or should I just take off my clothes and jump up to force myself on him? He won't resist, right? What if I get kicked away by him? This guy has a criminal record, so it's not impossible. Or should I try to dress sexier first, quietly test his reaction, and then slowly stir up the atmosphere? Countless thoughts turned in Jiang Yage's mind in an instant, but she didn't think that the one who would suffer the most in this kind of matter was actually herself. There were thousands of people in the world, and everyone had different personalities because of their life experiences and innate genes. This was Jiang Yage's personality. Although she had never been in love, because of her identity as an actress, she had experienced too many selfless feelings in the play. At the same time, because of her special identity and background, she didn't need to be trained in the big vat of the entertainment industry like ordinary artists and stars. Her understanding of feelings was both complex and simple. She didn't care whether she was at a disadvantage at all. She just thought that since she liked this person, why couldn't she do something with him? As for how far in the future, she cared about it, but also didn't care so much. If she didn't fight for it vigorously, she would always be afraid, and in the end, she would only be left with regrets when she was old. Everyone had to experience the vigorous feeling of a moth flying into a flame once in their lives. In Jiang Yage's eyes, she liked him so much that she didn't even want to eat or drink for him. If he took the initiative to ask her to do something, she wouldn't have the courage to reject him. The current situation was that even though he still didn't mention it, she had already found the most resolute reason for herself. She clenched her fists tightly again. So today, I can only succeed, not fail. Lying quietly on the warm blanket, Lord Guang felt so comfortable that he felt as though he was about to ascend to heaven. He had never thought that sleeping could be such a comfortable thing. Simply lying down like this, emptying his mind, not thinking about anything, and the feeling of not caring about anything, actually made his brain feel numb, as though he was floating in the clouds. It really felt too good. Guang's eyelids rapidly grew heavier, and his eyes closed closer and closer. He could finally have a good sleep. He simply wanted to close his eyes like this and never open them again. At this moment, a faint call seemed to come from the distant horizon, forcibly pulling his originally deep asleep mind back a little. Qin Guang thought to himself, don't tell me I'm dreaming so soon. He slightly gathered his scattered consciousness and listened again. That voice was still ringing. It sounded like someone was calling his name. The voice sounded ethereal and distant, extremely pleasing to the ear, as though it was a professional singer singing. Qin Guang, are you already asleep? Qin Guang, wake up. I have something to talk to you about. I don't know what's wrong with me recently, but I keep dreaming. Strange dreams. Maybe I'm overly sensitive? I heard that this might be a sign of depression. Recently, there have been a lot of people in our entertainment circle suffering from depression. I'm a little scared. Qin Guang, sleep later. I heard that there are Qigong masters who can use Qigong to massage people to relieve stress. You're a martial arts expert now, so you should be able to do it, right? Qin Guang, wake up. Poor Master Guang, forcibly pulled back from his almost asleep state by Jiang Ye's ethereal voice. He opened his eyes in extreme pain and looked up slightly, only to see Jiang Ye in translucent chiffon pajamas looking at him with a flushed face, not knowing whether it was anticipation or nervousness. What the hell is this? Am I having a nightmare? No, this should be an erotic dream. Although he had long seen her in photos or videos on his phone on a larger scale, and had even seen her up close and touched her with his own hands, sometimes wearing clothes was more alluring than not wearing anything at all. Right now, Jiang Ye was the perfect embodiment of this logic. Chapter 925. She was so beautiful now. The evening sun shone on her body through the misty curtains, forming a hazy outline around her. Her infinitely graceful figure was faintly discernible in the chiffon nightgown. Qin Guang could even see her slender waist. He could even see her naughty belly button through the nightgown. As for the more private parts of her body, there was no need to say much. If Qin Guang wasn't too sleepy and still immersed in the state of Zhenwu Holy Emperor, he would probably be enchanted by Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye's hand was pressed on Qin Guang's shoulder. He couldn't tell if his body was swaying, or if his head was dizzy, or if she was shaking him with her hand. However, Qin Guang didn't feel like he was enjoying it at all. He knew that Jiang Ye was seducing him. He also knew that if he was normal, his mouth would be wide open and his nose would start to bleed. He would also be roaring in his heart. But now, he only had one emotion left, and that was anger. Anger for no reason. Can't you just stop for a while? I just want to sleep. Why is it so difficult? He sat up abruptly, turned his head, and squinted at Jiang Ye fiercely. It had only been a few minutes of half-sleep, but his eyes were already bloodshot and looked red. Jiang Ye was scared by his gaze. She didn't understand the situation. What was going on? Although this guy was awkward in the past, he wasn't angry. No, he wasn't angry in the past. In fact, sometimes he enjoyed taking advantage of me. But what's going on today? What's wrong with you? Jiang Ye asked carefully. She looked pitiful. She even stuck out her chest as she spoke. Her posture was clearly saying, can't you see what I'm wearing? Aren't you tempted at all? Qin Guang wasn't blind, so of course he could see it clearly. The two red spots in her translucent chiffon nightdress became even more conspicuous with her small movements. His rationality told him that this was Jiang Ye's super benefit. His body should completely follow its instincts and make the most realistic response. However, he couldn't control his emotions at all. At this moment, he was just like when he entered the Tao of the painting volume with Jade Dumpling. He clearly wanted to be righteous, but he just had to eat Lu Fei. Right now, he clearly felt that he should be hot-blooded, but he just couldn't control his anger. There was nothing he could do. I say, what are you trying to do? Qin Guang suppressed his emotions. What was left of his rationality told him that he could not lose his temper at Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye rubbed her hands and squeezed her chest. Her acting skills were on full display. She looked at Qin Guang seductively. Didn't I say it just now? I worry that I have depression. This time, Chen Guang heard it clearly, and he was shocked. That can't be, right? Are you so fragile? Although he didn't pay much attention to the entertainment news, depression had been getting more and more attention in the past few years, especially in the circle of celebrities and artists. It was not impossible for Jiang Yage to be suffering from depression. However, he didn't believe it. She was usually carefree and showed no signs of depression. How could she be depressed just because she said so? No, these few days, could it be because her life was too smooth in the past, and too many things happened in the past 2 days, so she was a little too mentally stimulated? It seemed very reasonable for this kind of thing to happen to a spoiled rich girl. Depression was a psychological illness. People who hid it well could hardly see it, but in fact, the consequences were very serious. Seeing that he was not angry anymore, Jiang Yage was a little relieved. She rubbed her fists. I'm just a little worried. I'm not depressed. Then what on earth do you want to do now? Look, can you give me a massage? Use your internal force? Qigong? As Jiang Yage spoke, she moved closer to him, and her breath smelled like orchids. Hearing those words, Chen Guang's lips twitched. He finally understood everything this time. What damn depression? That's just a cover. She clearly wanted to eat me. On the other side, Jiang Yage was already lying on the bed like a boneless earthworm. She twisted her body and pretended to rub her head. I really feel a little uncomfortable. Help me quickly. Chen Guang cast a glance at Su Tao before he figured out that Su Tao was still putting on an act in front of him. You don't even wear underwear. The moral degeneration of the world is getting worse, and people are not what they used to be. Stupid mortal, do you know what you are doing? Ignorant little girl. How dare you use your body to seduce me? Do you really think the old man is afraid of you? You are challenging the dignity of the true martial saint emperor. You are seeking death in front of the strongest pile driver in history. Do you really think the old man doesn't dare to do anything to you? You don't even know how much I want to sleep peacefully right now. Jiang Yage tilted her head and peeked at him. Seeing that his gaze was on her bottom under her thin nightdress, she was both embarrassed and happy. Success, it's going to be success. Although I've never eaten pork before, I've seen quite a few pigs running. The movies I watched in the past weren't for naught. In the end, Chen Guang is still a hot-blooded lad, so how can he resist my charm? I will add more fuel to the fire. Jiang Yage simply continued to raise her bottom, and slightly twisted her body. This time, her actions were even more excessive, and her bottom was facing Chen Guang. Poor Lord Guang, he really didn't know how to describe his current state. 1/3 of his rational mind wanted to sleep, 1/3 wanted to fight, and 1/3 was angry. Most of the organs in his body also wanted to sleep, but a small part of his body was exceptionally responsive. It was as if he had a split personality. The true martial saint emperor's personality was dominant, but his original self was stubbornly living on. Jiang Yage didn't know how terrible of a thing she was doing. She continued to display her superb acting and shoddy seduction skills. She even turned around and used her hands to push Chen Guang away, and then hugged him tightly. All right, I won't find any excuses. That's right, I am seducing you. You can't accept it? Don't forget that you promised me before. As long as I help you keep your secret, you will promise me a few things. Now is the time. My request now is that you are not allowed to reject my seduction. She blushed and stared straight at Chen Guang. This was really a big circle. Chen Guang's breathing became heavier. You, really, don't disturb my sleep. Damn it, this is too damn it. Can't you change the time? Why do you insist on not letting me sleep? What hasn't this saint emperor seen before? Just because of that broken virgin power, the old man has been confined in Jinwu land for hundreds of thousands of years, okay? It was only when I reached the martial saint realm that I finally fused the broken virgin power into my own Jinwu divine power and was finally freed, okay? Although I fought with Wen for 300 rounds after I came out, it wasn't enough to quench my thirst. In the past, because of your identity as a celebrity and because of your background, I didn't particularly like you and kept a respectful distance from you. But now is different. If I sleep with you, what's wrong with that? You have already challenged my dignity, so how can the old man be afraid? He suddenly got up and pushed her onto the quilt. His power burst out, and his clothes burst open. Jiang Ye's eyes became brighter and brighter. I finally succeeded. This slow guy. Come on. Ruthlessly ravage me. An earth-shattering battle was about to break out at any moment. Ouch. It hurts. The battle only lasted for 5 seconds before someone's eyes rolled back and he fainted. Before she fainted, her mind was in a daze. This is different from what I saw in the movies. Didn't they say that there was no land that was damaged by plowing, only cows that died of exhaustion? Why did I suddenly go to heaven? Looking at the twitching Jiang Ye on the bed, then looking at the pool of blood on the quilt, Chen Guang loosened his hands and felt a little like a Spartan. The drowsiness in his mind dissipated, and he was a little stiff. Sigh, oh my God, something big happened. Why did I eat her just like that? No, what am I afraid of? She was the one who provoked the old man first. She was the one who seduced the old man. The old man just wanted to take care of her as soon as possible so that he could sleep, okay? Just to sleep, and he did it on the spot? That seems a little too much. Too much, my ass. In this world, who dares to say anything wrong about me? I am the dignified true martial holy emperor. I am free and easy. If I do it, I do it. If the sky falls, I will hold it up with my fist. A man should look up to the heavens and earth, so why should he be afraid of the slightest thing? But now, she had completely fainted, and I had just started working. Chen Guang hesitated for 30 seconds in extreme pain. In the end, he didn't want to torture Jiang Ye any longer. The true martial holy emperor also had to be protective of the fairer sex. He still had to treat a woman who was good to him better. Chen Guang first checked Jiang Ye's condition. He was sure that she fainted because she was too exhausted and her brain was temporarily stimulated too much. In fact, she had just entered a deep sleep. He was relieved. She was a little swollen, but it was not an injury. She should recover after some rest. She fainted really quickly. Her body's self-protection mechanism reacted too quickly. Sigh, fortunately, I have the Kirin arm. I will rely on myself. As the owner of the strongest spear, if he didn't have the strongest shield, he really didn't know how to live. Perhaps, Chen Guang was the most pitiful superstar boyfriend in the world. She was clearly lying there naked, but there was nothing he could do. She was swollen. He was swollen too, but the concept of swollen was different. Chen Guang grabbed one of Jiang Ye's legs and pulled it away slightly. He focused his gaze there. Cough cough, in the past, it worked on the phone. Now that the real person was here, it worked even better. Kirin arm. Get up. Invincible ultra-high frequency vibration. Hu, shoo, done and done. Sleep. Chen Guang didn't hesitate anymore. Anyway, it was already like this. He stuffed Jiang Ye into the blanket and snuggled in naked. Jiang Ye woke up in the middle of the night. She woke up because she was hungry. Looking at Chen Guang who was snoring thunderously under the moonlight, Jiang Ye couldn't come back to her senses for a moment. Her memory seemed to have stopped a few hours ago. In the blink of an eye, it was now. Her time seemed to have been stolen. She lost a few hours of her life. Damn it. I felt like my body was hollowed out in just a moment. Is this guy made of steel or iron? Are all martial artists so scary? No, he should be the world's #1 expert now. Maybe he has some talent to begin with. That's why he's so fierce. It's not worth being happy to figure this out. How am I going to live in the future? Chapter 926. Jiang Yage moved her body slightly and felt a sharp pain coming from her lower body. Ouch, my waist. Ouch, it hurts. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Did I have 8 lifetimes of bad luck? It wasn't easy for me to hook up with the man of my dreams. It wasn't easy for me to wait for my first taste, but it only lasted for a few seconds. I only took 4 days off from the film crew. I have to go back to film the day after tomorrow. There are still martial arts scenes in the script. What should I do? Why is it so scary? Could it be that it's my first time, so I'm especially weak? But that's not right. This isn't what the books and movies say. If this guy wants it again next time, what should I do? Jiang Yage's mind was in a mess. She never thought that this kind of thing could make her doubt her life. Her outlook on life had been refreshed. Chen Guang was still sleeping soundly. One of his legs was on her body, and the other hand was unconsciously placed in front of her. His palm was holding onto her chest, and he was as cute as a baby. After Jiang Yage woke up, she didn't dare to move for a while, afraid that she would wake him up. The back of her hand would touch his lower body from time to time. Although the previous moment was short, it was unforgettable. It made her tremble with fear, and she was so nervous that her whole body was stiff. I can't accept it. This isn't fair. Oh right, after I fainted, how did this guy settle it? He should have just started, right? Did he settle it with his own hands? She seemed to feel a little sorry for him. To him, this was probably a kind of trouble. Sigh. Jiang Yage stared at the ceiling with her big, watery eyes. Her ears were ringing with Chen Guang's snoring, and her nose was smelling the scent of his body. Her mind was in a daze, and messy thoughts were popping up. She was a little confused about her and Chen Guang's future. Emotionally, she didn't have any problems, but physiologically, she didn't seem to be able to satisfy his needs at all. The book said that the life under the bed was actually a necessary condition for lovers to improve and maintain their relationship. But just based on the current situation, she was simply cannon fodder. My brother, why are you so fierce? However, thinking of what happened earlier, Jiang Yage also felt that she might have gone overboard. Looking at him, he seemed to be really tired. Back then, he was angry because he thought I was too annoying and clingy. I even had to find ways to torture him, right? Once a person calmed down, his mind would be in a mess. At this time, Jiang Yage also understood the previous situation in her mind, and she started to blame herself again. I've always been this blind. I've always been very self-centered when I think and do things. I haven't noticed his feelings at all. It's always been like this. That's why he doesn't like me, right? Wait, in the past, he only had the physical strength of an ordinary person. Did he become so powerful after learning inner force? Then can I learn it too? That's right. I've also become stronger, so I don't have to be afraid of him anymore, right? Jiang Yage clenched her fists and made up her mind to become a martial arts master. Probably, a woman with a motive like hers, who wanted to set foot in the martial arts realm, should be unprecedented. 300 or 400 meters away from this single-family villa, on the top of the office building next to the Silver Bull Hotel, there was a blond man wearing camouflage clothes and infrared binoculars, quietly looking in the direction of Chen Guang and Jiang Yage's villa. On his left was a large sniper rifle about 2 meters long. From 1:00 in the morning until now, he had been lurking here for 3 hours, but he was not in a hurry. As an internationally renowned lone mercenary, he once hid in the snow for 2 whole days to ambush an important target. He only relied on the snow water in his mouth to maintain his physical strength. Then, when the target appeared, he hit it with 1 shot and escaped thousands of miles away. But this time, his target seemed to be different. It was not an ordinary person. In order to ensure the success rate, the employer even offered to support him with weapons. He heard that the bullets used in the sniper rifle on his left were newly developed products. The explosive power of the sniper rifle in the afternoon had shocked even an experienced mercenary like him. He felt that the bullets were not designed to be used to hit people. It was more suitable to be used to hit armored bulletproof vehicles. He didn't know what kind of unlucky people lived in this villa, to be targeted like this. He looked at his watch. There were about 2 hours before dawn. The target villa was a bit big, and most of it was hidden behind the leaves. He had to wait until the lights were turned on to locate the target. Of course, the best result was that the target would go out at dawn. Then, he could easily kill him with one shot. At this moment, the top-secret communicator he carried on his back vibrated slightly, which made him a little unhappy. Only the employer could contact him through this communicator. The only person who would look for him at this time was the mysterious employer. Didn't this person know that he should not disturb a mercenary who was carrying out an assassination mission? You've paid the money and handed the guy to me. Then, you should stay at home and have a good sleep, quietly waiting for my good news. But in the end, he controlled his temper for the sake of the other party's $20 million commission. Have you done it? As soon as the communicator was connected, a low and hoarse electronic voice came from the other side. Even though the voice had changed, the mercenary could still hear that the person on the other side had not rested yet. He was very tired, and his mind was also very depressed. He was under great pressure. The mercenary lowered his voice. Sir, please believe in my ability. I'm a professional. I never fail. You just need to wait patiently. But I can't wait. I want you to do it now. Sir, you have to understand that your request is very unreasonable for an assassin and a mercenary. I don't even know which room the target is in. There are at least 8 rooms in this villa. At least wait until they turn on the lights, right? As the two were talking, the mercenary's eyes suddenly lit up. The window of the second room on the first floor near the swimming pool suddenly lit up a little. Sir, the lights are on, but the curtains are closed. I still can't locate the target's location. It doesn't matter. You can blow them up. Before you came this afternoon, I had someone bury a TNT bomb in the corner of the villa. The yield isn't very high, but it's enough to destroy the entire house. The remote control is the black button below the communicator. Press it for 10 seconds, and it will detonate. But, no buts. As long as the bomb is detonated, will the person inside survive? Even if he is lucky enough to survive, you can kill him with the new depleted uranium bullets. But I actually don't want to cause such a big commotion. It's not good for my retreat. If you do it now, I'll add another $50 million. I'll pay a $20 million deposit to your account first. Okay. Okay. That's it then. In 5 minutes, I hope to hear news of his death. Don't disappoint me. The mercenary sat up slightly, his eyes shining with a fanatical light. This assassination mission was originally only worth $20 million, but now the employer had added another $50 million without hesitation. Moreover, the deposit immediately reached $20 million. No one in the world could resist this kind of temptation. As long as I finish this mission, I can immediately change my career. I can return to Sylvestra, buy a large farm, and use the rest of the money to buy shares in Hewlett-Packard and Intel. For the rest of my life, I can rely on the dividends from the shareholders to drive my beloved Ferrari and play with Victoria's Secret models. If possible, I also want to have dinner with Kobe. He straightened his body and locked onto the target with the infrared binoculars. His finger was on the black button of the remote control, adjusting his breath. This is the last mission of my life. I can only succeed, not fail. Jiang Yage was carefully taking a shower in the bathroom like a thief. She was applying the shower gel all over her body. As expected of the Silver Bull Hotel, even the guest room had a bathroom. Just now, she had spent a lot of effort to break free from Chen Guang's restraints. In fact, she didn't want to get out of this guy's arms. Although she was a little embarrassed, she was actually very happy. But she couldn't help it. She felt that her body was slightly sweaty and sticky, and uncomfortable. Although the whole process had only taken a few seconds, the stimulation she received was extremely intense, as if she had run a marathon. She didn't know what kind of mentality she had, but she deliberately didn't close the bathroom door. She was also looking forward to waking up Chen Guang, but she was also afraid that he would wake up. I have to move faster, finish the shower earlier, and run into this guy's arms to lie down. I don't know how he will face me when he wakes up tomorrow. Will he be like in the movies, gently asking me how I was yesterday? Or will he want to do it again early in the morning? Didn't the book say that men are especially excited when they wake up in the morning? What should I do then? Should I take it or not? What about the movie The Day After Tomorrow? Just as she was letting her imagination run wild, she heard a sudden bang from the bedroom. Following that, there was the sound of glass shattering. She quickly poked her head out to take a look. Jiang Yage felt that she would probably never forget the scene in front of her for the rest of her life. She did not understand what was happening. Oh my God! Why did Chen Guang suddenly turn crazy? What was he trying to do? At this moment, Chen Guang was flying with his butt naked in midair. Behind him was a glass window that had been shattered into powder. On the window frame, there were 2 distinct footprints left behind by his bare feet. Further inside, there was a huge soft bed that had completely collapsed. But these weren't the most eye-catching. What truly attracted the attention of Jiang Yage was the chaotic origin buttocks of Chen Guang, who was flying in midair. Under the illumination of the moonlight, it was exceptionally bright. That beautiful, that tender and dazzling, it was like a second moon. He was currently flying towards the sky like a cannonball. Just like Chang Yi flying to the moon. Here came the problem. It was the middle of the night. When he suddenly woke up and rushed out like this, the reaction force caused the bed to collapse and the window frame to be smashed. It was obvious how much effort he put in when he flew out just now. Am I that scary? Is there a need for you to escape like this? Do I need you to escape like this? This fellow did not even wear any clothes and just rushed out with his entire body clean. Are you trying to anger me to death? Are you trying to embarrass me to death? What if someone took a picture and uploaded it on the internet, letting others take advantage of it? How am I going to face others then? And there was another problem. Why was this fellow still holding on to that cup that never left his body? Chapter 927. Jiang Yage stomped her feet angrily as she shouted, Chen Guang. What are you doing? Come back. Master Guang, who was flying in the air, did not even turn his head back as he softly said 2 words. Jiang Yage did not know what method he had used, but his casual voice seemed to whisper into her ears. Kill. Master Guang knew that his current situation was a little awkward. No, it was not a little awkward, but so awkward that he wanted to cover his face and find a hole to hide in. The chilly autumn wind blew on his body. Other parts of his body were not particularly cold, but a certain part of his body was especially sensitive. There was a saying that the proud dragon has regrets and the dog howls at the moon. This was roughly referring to his current situation. However, he had no other choice. He had been sleeping soundly just now, but an inexplicable sense of weariness that made his hair stand on end surged in his heart. This feeling was born out of nowhere, causing him to open his eyes abruptly without warning. His consciousness was completely awake in an instant as goosebumps appeared all over his body, as though something terrifying was about to happen. Although he had never experienced such a feeling before, he knew what it was like. This was because he was a martial sage. After his body and heaven and earth had reached the realm of being one with heaven and earth, his consciousness was subconsciously guided by the aura, allowing him to have a premonition of life and death situations that exceeded the comprehension of ordinary people. It was commonly known as the sixth sense. Of course, this did not work every time. For example, if the person who had locked onto him could completely conceal his killing intent, or if the distance was too far, the sixth sense would not be as sensitive. It was a pity that although the mercenary hiding in the building was powerful, he was not the most professional and purest killer. He was a mercenary who had been affected by the additional $50 million that his employer had thrown out, causing his state of mind to fluctuate. As such, when he was preparing to detonate the bomb, an overly dense killing intent leaked out, triggering the aura and causing the sleeping Chen Guang to be alerted even though he was dreaming, allowing him to wake up in time. After waking up, Chen Guang did not have any time to hesitate, nor did he know what he was about to face. However, his sixth sense reminded him that the danger was outside the window. If he was alone, he would not be so nervous. Unfortunately, Jiang Yage was in the room. If she used her ultimate weapon, she would definitely die. Therefore, he didn't even bother to put on his clothes. From the time he opened his eyes to the time he rushed out of the window, the interval was perhaps less than 2 seconds. In the distance, the mercenary was staring at the scene through the binoculars. His finger was pressed on the black button for about 2 to 3 seconds. Damn it, why did this person suddenly break the window and come out? What was going on? Chen Guang flew in the air, his mind spinning as he searched for the source of danger with all his might. He looked around. It was late at night, and the villa was still quiet. Crickets were chirping in the grass beside the villa's swimming pool. Everything seemed so quiet and peaceful. Suddenly, Chen Guang raised his head and looked into the distance. His eyes were focused and filled with killing intent. From that direction, he felt a strong murderous intent. The mercenary was stared at by Chen Guang from such a distance in the night. His hair stood on end and his head shrank down. His knuckles on the remote control turned white because he used too much force. He can't know I'm here, right? This is too scary. I felt like I was targeted by him just now. The mercenary adjusted his breathing and poked his head out again. He put on the binoculars and had to see the explosion with his own eyes before he could be at ease. On the other side, Chen Guang, who had jumped out of the window, had already hit the big tree outside the villa. He bounced off the tree trunk and shot down the villa. 6. 5. 4. The mercenary was counting down in his heart as he speculated distractedly. What kind of person is this? He should be sleeping at this time. But how on earth did he manage to break the window and come out? How did he know I was going to kill him? Are you even human? No wonder the employer had reminded him many times that his target this time was not an ordinary person. From the looks of it now, he wasn't just an ordinary person, but a monster. On the other side, Chen Guang shot back to the corner of the villa. That's right, he had already sensed that there was something here. 3. 2. The mercenary's countdown continued. Chen Guang landed on the ground and stomped hard with his right foot. The soil flew up and a black lump the size of a woman's fist flew up from the ground. Old Master Guang's pupils constricted. This intense sense of danger that gave him goosebumps, F***CK. TNT. Such a big gamble. No wonder he had such an intense reaction just now. Even though this thing was only the size of a woman's fist, once it exploded, the entire building would be blown away, alright? Even if he didn't die, he would still lose a layer of skin. There was no chance of Jiang Yage getting lucky. What should he do? Silently turning to look at the cup in his hand, Chen Guang's eyes lit up again. Madame Azure, I'm sorry. He rubbed his fingers together and the lid of the cup popped open. With a wave of his right hand, the cup's mouth aimed at the black lump in mid-air and shot it in with a thud. 1. 0. It's going to explode. The mercenary's breathing gradually became heavier. The signal to detonate the bomb had already been transmitted through the communicator. On the other side, Chen Guang's left hand caught the falling cup lid in mid-air. With a backhand swoosh, he closed it and tightened it. The mercenary had been looking in Chen Guang's direction since the beginning, but he had no idea what Chen Guang was doing. He was at a loss. If Chen Guang knew that the situation wasn't good, shouldn't he turn and run? What was the meaning of this strange action of his? Forget it, that wasn't important. In any case, he was dead for sure. No one could withstand the explosion of TNT. The mercenary tightened his grip on the binoculars in his hand and quietly waited for the fireworks to explode. After that, he saw Chen Guang turning his head and doing something. Chen Guang casually tossed a sparkling and translucent object towards the pool. That object fell into the pool with a plop. Was this a bomb? Forget it, this was TNT. Even if he managed to find it and throw it into the pool with his incredible speed, he would still die for sure. The surface of the pool suddenly glowed with a dazzling light. It was as if someone had turned on a searchlight below, illuminating the pool beautifully. Then, nothing happened. After another second, the mercenary heard a muffled thud. It was very muffled and very loud. What the hell was this? Was the bomb given by the employer a squib? What a scam. However, Chen Guang didn't have time to rejoice. Right now, his mind was filled with the roar of a tsunami. Chen Guang. You be ****. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Chen Guang silently pinched his fingers. Lord Azure was blown up again. His heart ached for her for 30 seconds. Last time, the grenade had caused her to become an afro. Her top-notch machine had also risen to the sky. This time, it had been upgraded again. He felt that she wouldn't have a good ending. Thinking about it, he felt sorry for the heavenly Holy Grail. It was one of the 10 great sacred weapons of the deity world, but he used it as an explosion-proof device. It was really useful. In any case, he wouldn't enter the cup realm for the time being. Otherwise, he would definitely be beaten to death by her. Alright, it's time to settle the score with that guy. Chen Guang raised his head and looked towards the sky. The mercenary who was a few hundred meters away felt his scalp go numb. He instinctively wanted to hide his head under the wall of the building. How could this be? It was such a dark night and I didn't have any source of light. However, I clearly felt that his gaze was completely focused on my head just now. He would never understand how strong the physical body of an inner force martial artist of the martial sage realm was. However, he didn't really retreat. Instead, he gritted his teeth. Since he had been discovered, he had no way out. He had to kill him. He stretched out his hand and touched the big sniper rifle beside him. Luckily, I still have this big sniper rifle. The depleted uranium bomb will definitely pierce through his body. D***MN employer, you actually gave me a dud. Take a deep breath. I can't be nervous. If I hit him accurately, he will definitely die. The mercenary's heart instantly calmed down. Ever since he started his career at the age of 15, it had been a full 20 years. He had killed hundreds of people and completed more than 100 missions. He had never been as focused as he was today. He had entered a completely ethereal state. The acceleration of gravity, the wind speed, the air resistance, the flight curve of the new depleted uranium bomb, the trajectory of the depleted uranium bomb, the speed of the big sniper rifle, he stood there foolishly, like a stake, the best target. His brain was like a computer, completing extremely complicated calculations in an instant. Then, he aimed at Chen Guang's torso and pulled the trigger. Now is the time, die for me. On the other side, after Chen Guang had turned the bomb into a dud, he didn't relax at all. He continued to focus on the direction where the ambusher was hiding. At the same time, he circulated his inner force in his body and accumulated power. There was a flash of fire in the distance. Chen Guang's pupils shrank and the force in his body instantly gathered on his right fist. He knew that the ambusher had opened fire. Come! He let out an overbearing roar and took a step forward. The muscles and veins on his right hand bulged as he punched forward fiercely. The chi that was compressed to the extreme gushed out from his right fist and made a loud sound like a cannonball. Under the moonlight, one could even vaguely see the ring-shaped chi cone shooting out from the front of his fist. Less than a second after he punched out, there was another explosion. Chen Guang, who was spinning, saw the light from the explosion of the bullet from about 5 to 6 meters away. He waved his left hand again and the martial sage realm force turned into a palm that swept across, sweeping away the metal shrapnel that was flying towards him due to inertia. After another 1 or 2 seconds, he raised his head again and looked at the building in the distance. The mercenary in the distance could no longer stay calm. He didn't even have the courage to fire a second round. He didn't even bother to pack up his weapon and turned around to run towards the staircase. He broke down. It was a complete and utter collapse. This person must be a devil. He actually used his fist to destroy a depleted uranium bomb that could pierce through an armored vehicle. Why was there such an incredible person in this world? If I had known that I would face such an opponent, I wouldn't have come to die even if it was $700 million, let alone $70 million. Chen Guang stood proudly in the same spot, his nose twitching slightly. The smell in his nose was familiar. The dark green light that flashed by when the bullet was blown up by his fist force was also somewhat familiar. An ordinary bullet would not be able to cause such an explosion. Chen Guang thought of the new depleted uranium bomb that he had seen in the individual military exercise. Endless anger gradually burned in his heart. He had never dreamt and dared not believe that this ultimate weapon that had been specially developed to deal with Ouyang Tianqing, the poison sect, and the dark sect to kill inner force martial artists would actually be used by someone to shoot at him. Anger could stimulate one's potential. Furthermore, he was Chen Guang, the most powerful martial artist in the history of mankind. He was the first martial sage realm martial artist to surpass the limits of mankind. An invisible aura rose from his body and shot up to the sky. Mouse, who was hiding in the bushes and peeking at him, was so nervous that it quivered and turned around to run away. Chen Guang's joints cracked as he clenched his fists. No matter who you are, I must catch you. Qiao Jingming, how dare you? Chapter 928. Chen Guang, are you alright? Just at that moment, Jiang Yage's head popped out from the window as she asked cautiously. The light in the pool was gradually dimming, but the water still shone a dark red. The muffled sound just now was frightening, but it seemed as though nothing had happened in the courtyard. Old Master Guang waved his hand domineeringly. It's all right, a mere clown can't hurt me. Quickly shrink your head back. Although he has already left, it's still not safe. He had decided to chase after him. The two of them had just exchanged a few words when a hubbub of voices sounded from the other side. The guards in charge of security in the Silver Bull Hotel had sensed that something was amiss and had quickly come over. Old Master Guang hurriedly clamped his legs together. What the heck, I'm still naked. He immediately leaped up and ran back. Excuse me, I'm going to jump in again. When he returned to the room, he realized that he had made a mess in the room. However, he did not have time to waste as he planned to put on his pants and continue his chase. In the end, he was dumbfounded. The scattered pieces of cloth on the ground looked very familiar. If he was not wrong, this was the old man's Versace casual wear and CK underwear. Who was it? How despicable, to actually tear the old man's clothes into pieces while he was not paying attention. Wait, with my vigilance, this is not possible. A certain lost memory quickly surfaced in his mind, and his face immediately turned purple. Damn it, it seems that I was the one who had torn my clothes in front of Jiang Yage previously. I was the one who had caused my clothes to be torn. Every second that he wasted was an additional chance for the person who had plotted against him to escape. Old Master Guang was embarrassed for a moment, but he did not have the courage to charge out naked to catch the person. Wrapping himself in a quilt was a solution, but it would greatly affect his mobility. The other party had a huge weapon that could fire a new type of depleted uranium bomb. Although a martial sage was very powerful, it was hard to guarantee that he would not die if he was not careful and was shot in the head. My brother, what should I do now? Chen Guang's eyes turned and landed on Jiang Ye's chiffon nightgown. The sexy panties she had taken off at some point were still hanging on the ground in front of the bedroom door. Lord Guang took a deep breath. It wasn't that he couldn't wear it, but it was better than nothing. Jiang Ye shrank in the corner. His rather scary gaze made her hair stand on end. What are you going to do? Don't tell me you want to do it again now? Chen Guang waved his hand. What are you thinking about? Take off your clothes. How dare you say you don't want to have a go? It really isn't. I'm not joking. Chen Guang was afraid that he would run away. He gritted his teeth and rushed forward. My clothes were just torn. I have to catch that bastard now. Otherwise, I'll be silenced later. And then? Jiang Ye was still in disbelief. And then give me your clothes to wear. 3 seconds later, before Jiang Ye could even react, her nightgown had disappeared from her body like a whirlwind. Chen Guang's movements were too fast and nimble. With a swoosh, he was gone. Before he left, he hurriedly said, I looked around earlier. There seems to be an air raid shelter under this villa. Go and hide there first. Don't come out unless it's necessary. Wait for me to come back. It'll only take 5 minutes at most. This guy is serious. Jiang Ye screamed. Chen Guang had already disappeared. The tattered curtain swayed, as if a gust of wind had just blown past. She hurriedly went to find her casual clothes. Just as she was putting them on, she suddenly came back to her senses. Something's wrong. Something's definitely wrong. After a while, she reacted. He had snatched away her chiffon nightgown. That's right, he even took away my underwear. Now this guy is wearing my underwear. It's so embarrassing. On the other side, Chen Guang was actually quite embarrassed. There were people coming and going from the hotel outside, and many of them were approaching Jiang Ye's villa. Fortunately, he was now very capable. It was late at night. Although there were many people, he hid in the shadows of the trees along the way, restrained his breath, and became one with nature. He floated like a phantom, so no one noticed him. Why was it a phantom? Because the chiffon nightgown was pink. Occasionally, a hotel guard noticed this flash of light, but in a trance, he thought he was hallucinating. It's the middle of the night. My eyes must be playing tricks on me. Why would there be a female ghost flying out of nowhere? The guard collected his thoughts and rushed to the villa area. He heard that there was a big shot living there, and the commotion was quite big. If something happened, no one could bear the responsibility. Tonight was not very peaceful. He had to be on full alert. The wind blew past Chen Guang. The light turned into a shadow and was left behind by him. Ever since he returned to this world as the true martial saint emperor, even when he was fighting with Ouyang Tianqing and the others, or when he broke the depleted uranium bomb with his bare hands, he did not go all out. Because there was no opponent in this world who was worthy of him going all out. He was afraid that if he was too strong and used too much force, the internal force could even injure himself. I can't even beat myself when I'm angry. But at this moment, he allowed the inner strength to run wild in his body like a raging river. It was as if his legs were equipped with wind and fire wheels, allowing him to be like the wind, like the light, and like a ghost, silently but rapidly dashing through the forest. At this moment, even if someone was lucky enough to see him, they would not be able to clearly capture his figure. Usain Bolt maintained the limit of a normal human's 100-meter dash, and his top speed was only around 10 meters per second. But Chen Guang had relied on his internal energy and a perfect physique that surpassed the limits of humans to raise this limit by several times. From the time he jumped back to the villa to snatch Jiang Ye's pajamas and rushed out, it seemed to take a long time, but in fact, it took less than 30 seconds. Then, he rushed out of the villa and went straight to the building where the ambusher was hiding. He crossed a straight line distance of 300 to 400 meters. Although to avoid the crowd, he took a slight detour along the shadows of the trees, a total distance of about 500 meters. It took him less than 15 seconds to rush downstairs. He stomped heavily on the ground, leaving deep footprints on the concrete floor. The gust of wind that followed him blew his nightgown into the air. If it wasn't for the fact that the person wearing this outfit was a pure man, it would actually be quite beautiful. Qin Guang thought for a few seconds. He was not in a hurry to go upstairs immediately. He had already delayed for a while. The ambusher had seen his methods and would not have the guts to wait for death on the roof. He would probably find a way to escape. Just as he was thinking about this, he heard the violent roar of an engine coming from the exit of the underground parking lot. The next moment, a Yamaha with wide tires rushed out from the side of the parking lot, roaring toward the street corner. The driver of the Yamaha looked up and saw Qin Guang standing not far away. The Yamaha suddenly changed direction, the friction of the tires on the ground causing smoke to fill the air. It spun around and rushed in the other direction. That's right, the driver of the Yamaha was the blonde mercenary from the rooftop. He was about to go crazy. He had taken the elevator from the rooftop to the underground parking lot, then rode the motorcycle and rushed out. The whole process had taken less than 2 minutes, but this ghost-like man was already standing there waiting for him. Others might find his current appearance funny, but for the golden-haired mercenary who was trying to escape, the appearance of the man in a nightgown was not funny at all. This nightmarish guy was scarier than the water monster in Loch Ness. The mercenary did not even dare to hope that he could pass by the man on the motorcycle like a normal person. A man in his sleep could sense that he was about to detonate a bomb from hundreds of meters away, react in time, and completely lock onto his position. How could he not sense his aura now? Qin Guang also reacted swiftly and chased after Sai Mo the moment he saw this scene. He could not let this guy run at full speed. Otherwise, with the Yamaha's performance, it would be difficult for him to run on foot. Unexpectedly, just as he took a few steps forward, that guy's Samyet exploded with a loud bang. The Yamaha's body turned into a dazzling ball of flame and rushed along the road for dozens of meters, leaving a trail of flames in its wake. As for the man in the car, no, he was no longer human. The moment the Yamaha exploded, the man was completely engulfed in flames and thrown further than the motorcycle. He fell to the ground, motionless and still burning. Qin Guang was stunned. In the end, he was still a step too late and was silenced. No, his employer might not have intended to let him live from the beginning. As for who this person's employer was, Qin Guang did not have to think too hard to guess. It could only be Chao Jingming. However, Qin Guang did not expect him to be so crazy. He knew that he was with Jiang Yage, yet he still dared to send someone to use TNT, which would definitely cause additional casualties. If he had not reacted fast enough, Jiang Yage's fate would not be much better than that of the Burning Man. The explosion here would definitely attract more people. Since the man was already dead, there was no point in staying here. Qin Guang turned around and left. Things had escalated to this point, and there would be no room for reconciliation. The news would also spread to Yanjing, and the elders would have to do something about it. Look, this is the Chao Jingming you want to protect. He treated me and Jiang Yage like this today, and he will do the same to you in the future. He had committed a big taboo. If he had not done what he did today, the situation would still be under control. But now, he had the intention to kill. Even if he was killed on the spot and did not leave any evidence, the situation had already gone beyond the limit. Sometimes, evidence was not so important. He would go to Yanjing tomorrow and put an end to this matter. Qin Guang walked along the wall of the Silver Bull Hotel step by step, and his mind was in a mess. The guards in the hotel would not arrive for a while, and Qin Guang was not in a hurry to cover his face and hide. Suddenly, a white Maserati screeched to a stop beside him. Qin Guang. Qin Guang turned around with a pale face and stared blankly at the person sitting in the driver's seat. Bai Hua. What the hell? I am still wearing Jiang Yage's pink nightgown. Wait, my crotch is also cold. That's right, and her underwear. Run. Chapter 929. With no time to think about it, Chen Guang pinched his nose and forced himself to use a sharp voice to shout, "Damn pervert, go away." I've seen this kind of pickup line many times. Then he ran away, thinking that the old man's acting skills were on point. Although he didn't have any makeup on, he should be able to fool Bai Hua in the middle of the night, right? Unexpectedly, Bai Hua stepped on the accelerator and chased after him. Stop pretending. I saw you from afar just now. At first, I couldn't believe it. It took me a long time to confirm that it was you, and then I came over. I heard an explosion just now, and now I can see the fire. What happened? Why are you here? F***ck, are you poisonous? You actually peeped at me from afar for a long time when I wasn't paying attention. Brother Bai. Do you often drive a luxury car in the middle of the night to hunt on the streets? I didn't expect you to be like this, Brother Bai. Chen Guang saw that he couldn't deny it, so he had no choice but to stop and get into his car. As for why Bai Hua would appear here, Chen Guang wasn't surprised. Jiang Yage lived in this villa, and Bai Hua's status was similar to hers. It was reasonable for him to also live in this large executive-level hotel. It was just that he deserved to be unlucky, to actually bump into him at this time of the day. So the problem was, how should he explain it to him? Chen Guang hesitated. In fact, he wanted to tell the truth. Tell him what happened today and let him understand that this is what you and Lin Jingwei did for the person who interceded. Now he wants my life, and he even wants to kill Jiang Yage. Do you still have the face to defend him and smooth things over? But after thinking about it, Chen Guang still felt that he couldn't say it. On one hand, the situation had become serious, and it was obvious that it would become more serious tomorrow. It was no longer something that second or third generation people like Bai Hua and Lin Jingwei could get involved in. Now, whoever got involved would be unlucky. There was no need to drag Bai Hua and Lin Jingwei into this mess. Moreover, they couldn't do anything about it. Letting them know would only make them feel guilty for no reason. On the other hand, if she told him the truth, wouldn't he be able to guess that she was wearing Jiang Yage's pajamas? Wouldn't that cause an uproar? Chen Guang remembered that Bai Hua used to like Jin Shiyue. When he gave up on Jin Shiyue, he told himself that he must treat Jin Shiyue well. Therefore, it was hard to guarantee that this matter wouldn't spread from his mouth to Jin Shiyue. Jiang Yage and herself would have to give Jin Shiyue an explanation for what happened today, but they couldn't let it spread to her ears from a third party. Therefore, she couldn't tell him the truth. So what should he do now? Chen Guang decided to make up a story. Tonight's ambush didn't leave any evidence, so he could only rely on his own guesses. Even if Bai Hua knew that he was lying, there was nothing he could do. It's nothing. I couldn't sleep at night, so I came out for a run. Unknowingly, I ran here. As you know, I'm the world's #1 expert now. A normal amount of exercise isn't even enough for me to catch my breath. Unknowingly, I ran a little too far. I also heard the explosion just now, so I came over to watch the show. As a veteran best actor, Chen Guang didn't have any extravagant hopes that his words could fool Bai Hua. However, he still tried his best to control his expression and tone, bringing out his acting skills to the limit. I'm the benchmark of the current generation of actors. I'm super dedicated. As long as I want to act, I have to act well. Unexpectedly, Bai Hua, who was driving, only said, "Oh, so that's how it is." Chen Guang was stunned. F***ck, what do you mean, so that's how it is? You believe me just like that? My brother. What's going on in your head? Bai Hua immediately changed the topic. Actually, when you mentioned the Jinwu continent to us in the afternoon, Jingwei and I thought you were just talking nonsense. Later, we thought that you might have suddenly become a martial arts expert and showed signs of Qigong deviation. Isn't it also shown in the TV series? Martial arts experts all have heart demons. Maybe you unknowingly developed hallucinations and really thought that you had transmigrated. Bai Hua comforted Qin Guang, but it's not a big deal. I believe that you will be able to walk out of it. Qin Guang rolled his eyes. Thank you, Brother Bai, for your auspicious words. Something's wrong. Something's really wrong. Why is he so calm? Why did he suddenly mention heart demons? This doesn't make sense, right? How can this guy be so calm after seeing me in this state? What kind of terrible thought was going through his mind just now? Qin Guang looked down at the pink dress on his body. Oh my God, I'm so ashamed. Wait, what is this guy thinking? Does he think that I practiced martial arts to the point of Qigong deviation and opened some strange attribute in my heart? I just said that I was jogging at night. He thinks that I've been possessed by heart demons and turned into a pervert who likes to wear women's clothes and stroll on the streets at night. Damn. What a scam. Brother Bai. You. Let me explain. No. You don't have to explain. I understand, really. What do you understand? Times are different now. Society is improving and people's views are evolving. Although your hobby is a little special, everyone has their own unique hobby. Just like I have a weird hobby. When I drink yogurt, I have to stir it with a spoon for a long time. It's also very awkward, right? It's really not what you think. You don't have to explain it to me on purpose. I won't laugh at you. This isn't something to be ashamed of. Don't worry, I will never tell anyone about it. No wonder you could harden your heart to reject Shirua back then. At that time, I couldn't understand it. Now I understand that you already had signs of this at that time, right? It's just that it wasn't as serious as it is now. Qin Guang's eyes widened. Does this mean that this fellow's thinking is even more biased than what I'm worried about? Not only does he think that I have a hobby of cross-dressing and jogging at night, he even thinks that I don't like women at all. If I knew it would be like this, I might as well just directly admit to the matter with Jiang Yage. However, this kind of thing can't be seen by ordinary people. Since I saw it, why don't you go to my room and change into a set of clothes? This time, other than looking for you, I have other business matters to attend to. I have to stay for 2 more days, so I brought a change of clothes with me. No need. Oh, it's fine. Are you going to wait until dawn before you change? Sorry. I didn't mean to pry into your privacy. I just couldn't hold back my curiosity. I'm a jungler. Are you done yet? Your casual tone makes me want to strangle you to death. Qin Guang clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles turned white. He was trying his best to control his urge to kill him. He really wanted to be like in the Men in Black movies. He wanted to grab a flash and take a picture of this guy's head, causing him to completely lose his memory. Forget it, I'll just strangle you to death. By the way, you really look like Miss Qin. You dressed like this. Even your eyebrows are 50 to 60% similar. I've been guessing the relationship between the two of you. In fact, you're her younger brother, right? Qin Guang's heart skipped a beat. This guy's foxtail is about to be revealed. Don't change the topic. My clothes, hey, look at how loyal I am to help you keep your secret. I'm also sincere to your sister. Just do me a favor and help me ask her out later, okay? Qin Guang's breathing became heavier. Not good. The old man's killing intent is about to go out of control. Who the hell has the mood to care about your trivial matters now? Tomorrow, the old man will be busy with something big, and you're telling me this now? Are you trying to make me laugh? In fact, he really couldn't blame Bai Hua. In the afternoon, after he and Lin Jingwei's attempt to smooth things over failed, Lin Jingwei returned to school. As for Bai Hua, he went to attend the reception hosted by Tianjin Energy. He also didn't know that Jiang Yage had actually followed him closely. She had quietly come to 5 Capital City without everyone knowing and was also staying at the same hotel. At the company's reception, he drank 2 more glasses. Later, after he came out, he also called the elders in Yanjing and asked about Qinguang. At that time, the elders in Yanjing thought that they had already secretly sold Jiang Yage to Qinguang, so this matter should be over. At that time, they simply told Bai Hua not to ask about it anymore and that the matter was over. Bai Hua believed it. If Qinguang did not pursue the matter, it meant that the matter was completely over. So now, in his mind, the problem was on a completely different level from Qinguang's. Bai Hua thought that the fire and explosion at the place where Qinguang had walked past was just an ordinary car accident. He didn't have the mood to care about it. On the other side, Qinguang's lungs were about to explode. Seeing that he really couldn't talk to Bai Hua, he regretted getting in his car. Seeing that Bai Hua was going to drive into the hotel again, he didn't have much time to think. He opened the door, jumped out, and closed Bai Hua's door. Relying on his super strength and invincible body, he landed on the ground with a perfect posture and shouted, "Goodbye." At the same time, he bounced off the ground and ran forward. Bai Hua stopped the car and watched Qinguang's figure disappear into the woods. "Hey! Don't jump out of the car. If you don't want to, just pretend that I didn't mention it. I was just joking with you. I'm not the kind of person who would use this kind of thing to blackmail you. But you've already blackmailed me. You despicable person who says one thing but means another." Qinguang didn't want to talk to him at all and disappeared in a few leaps. He took a big detour and finally returned to Jiang Yage's villa. At this time, Jiang Yage didn't hide in the air raid shelter. Instead, she was sitting in the living room, dressed properly, waiting for him. "They're all gone?" Qinguang asked as soon as he entered the door. Jiang Yage nodded. "Yes. Did you catch them?" "I was a step too late and was silenced. I didn't want to complicate matters, so I came back directly." "What did the people at the hotel ask?" "They asked a lot of things, but I didn't say anything. My grandfather called and said that he would send someone to pick me up immediately. We have to change places tonight. I'm sorry to have dragged you into this." "It's nothing. Didn't you protect me too?" "What did your grandfather say?" "He was very angry." "Ah. Don't be nervous. I didn't talk to him about us. He just asked you to go to Yanjing immediately. It's best if you leave with me tomorrow morning. They've now controlled Chao Jingming, but they still don't have any evidence. They will hold an interrogation meeting when you arrive." Qinguang grinned. Chao Jingming's actions had indeed touched the taboo. If he had succeeded in finding a killer, he might have been questioned by all parties. But as long as he refused to admit it and refused to give in, no one could do anything to him without evidence. Some people wanted his life, but others would protect him. But now, not only did he not succeed, but his true intentions were revealed. Today, he threatened his and Jiang Yage's lives. This completely angered Jiang Yage's grandfather, but at the same time, it made others feel threatened. "You're finally willing to interrogate Chao Jingming, but his hands and feet are so clean, and there's no evidence that can be used against him. You can't learn from Detective Conan and come up with a deduction. You can't make him confess everything just by saying that you're the murderer, right?" Since Chao Jingming dared to do it, although he didn't consider everything thoroughly, he was still a person with some means. Chapter 930. The two chatted for a while, and Qinguang decided not to wait for the people sent by old Jiang. Instead, he drove Jiang Yage to the headquarters of the Guangding Bureau. On the way, he called old Jiang, and the old men there also thought that Qinguang's people were more reliable. Tonight was obviously a restless night, but at Jiang Yage's villa, the bullets were completely shattered by Qinguang's fists, and they did not leave any obvious traces. The big bomb was detonated in the pond by the Holy Grail. Although it was loud at the time, by the time people arrived, there was no sound, and the Holy Grail had sunk to the bottom of the water. Chen Guang was too lazy to bring up this matter again. The person who did it was Chao Jingming, so the police of the 5 capital could not do anything about it. If the matter was accidentally blown up, and Wu Tong, who had returned to the 5 capital as the bureau chief, knew that he was involved, it would be troublesome if he got involved. In the large city of 5 capital, even people like Bai Hua, Lin Jingwei, and Secretary Ma were not qualified to participate in this matter. Only Chen Guang, as the person involved, had the right and ability to continue to pursue this matter. If it continued to blow up, it would do no good to anyone. The two did not even wait until the next morning. About 2 hours later, they boarded the plane that would set off at 6:30 in the morning. Originally, Xian Qin, Wu Miaowan, and several other experts from the headquarters also wanted to go with them, but Chen Guang refused. He did not want to give the impression that he had tied the entire headquarters to himself to threaten others. There was no practical meaning to it. If something really happened, it was more convenient for him to come and go as he pleased. If he brought them along, it would mean that he had to fight to the death. Although he had a problem with the old men, he also understood that the country actually needed them. Over the years, Huaxia had gone from a weak post-war country to a situation where everyone had clothes to wear and food to eat in just a short period of 50 to 60 years. Although there were still problems in this era, if it were someone else, they might not have done as well as the old men. There was a fundamental difference between Chen Guang and Ouyang Tianqing. He was not that selfish, nor did he need to be. Everything that Chen Guang wanted was in his cup. These things in the secular world were all there to better serve the cup. He didn't need to plunder any resources from other people in this world. He had his 3,000 worlds and sea of stars. Before he became the master of the Holy Grail, he was a young man of the new era who grew up under the influence of the 4 modernizations and the 5-starred red flag. He had a deep-rooted view of people and things, and he had no intention of changing it. As soon as the plane arrived in Yanjing, they were picked up by Old Zhang's car. Old Zhang's face was livid. When he saw his granddaughter's pale face, his face darkened even more. "You were scared yesterday, right?" "I already know everything." Jiang Yage actually wanted to tell him that she wasn't scared. The mess in the villa was caused by Chen Guang's kick. There was another reason why her face was pale. The 5 seconds last night were really unbearable. But she didn't dare to say it. She just held her suitcase tightly, shook her head, and said, "I'm fine." I don't know what happened, but Chen Guang went after them. Well, thanks to little Chen. Chen Guang didn't dare to take credit. "No, they came for me. If I hadn't been there, it wouldn't have had anything to do with Solomon. Forget it. Let's not talk about it anymore. Anyway, we thought things were too simple. If we had warned Chao Jingming earlier, things wouldn't have become like this." Chen Guang curled his lips. He didn't even want to give old Jiang a way out. "I'm not happy. No, I have to give him another blow." "Oh, Grandpa Jiang, are you suspecting him now?" Old Jiang was stunned by Chen Guang's words. Chen Guang really didn't give him any face. Jiang Yage quietly poked Chen Guang's waist. Chen Guang didn't notice it at all. "It's still the same problem, right? No evidence, right?" "Yes, no evidence." "Then why can you interrogate him now?" Old Jiang was finally annoyed by Chen Guang's sarcastic teasing. "Brat. Shut up. I haven't asked you what you two did last night. Why were you in Solomon's room?" Chen Guang's face stiffened. "Oh no, I've been caught in a trap. What happened last night was too short. Later, I fell asleep and was woken up halfway. On the way to Yanjing, I fell into a deep sleep from time to time. Now I almost forgot that Jiang Yage seemed to have been eaten by me, didn't I?" "No, it was me who was eaten by her." She felt that she was inexplicably feeling a little inferior in her heart. He turned to look at Jiang Yage, trying to understand her mind. If Jiang Yage wanted him to say it directly, Chen Guang didn't intend to hide it. As a man, he had to admit it. If she had the ability, she could kill him. But if Jiang Yage didn't want to be exposed for the time being, he would follow her wishes. Anyway, she had the final say. As soon as her eyes met Chen Guang's, Jiang Yage carefully looked at the back of her grandpa's bald head sitting in the passenger seat. A second later, she shook her head like a rattle. Chen Guang understood. Grandpa Jiang, didn't you ask Solomon to persuade me? I thought that she was a celebrity, and I am also a celebrity now. It would have a big impact if we met outside, so I simply sent Solomon back to the hotel. Then what did you say? What did you do? Old Jiang turned his head and asked, gnashing his teeth. Chen Guang looked calm. Actually, I didn't say anything. Solomon asked me to understand your difficulties, and I understood. Then we briefly talked about the drama that Solomon was shooting recently. I would probably join the crew next week at the latest. To be honest, I invested a lot of money in this drama, and I couldn't afford to lose it. Later, we talked about poetry and the philosophy of life. I was a little sleepy, and it was not convenient for me to drive, so I simply stayed in the guest room of Solomon's villa. I planned to go back to school early the next morning, but I didn't expect that something like that would happen again. Jiang Yage quickly changed the topic and added fuel to the fire. Yes, I finally persuaded him not to pursue it, but Chao Jingming is, old Jiang sighed. Young people nowadays really don't understand the rules. Chen Guang snorted. This can't be explained by the words don't understand the rules, right? He wanted to kill me. Old Jiang knew that what Chen Guang said was reasonable. That's why we have to hold this trial today. Whether he wants to give you or us an explanation, he has to give us an explanation. But there's no evidence, right? What can we do? Yesterday, old Chao came to Wujing to find me in person. Isn't his intention obvious? Old Jiang fell silent again. Chen Guang was right. Old Chao would definitely side with his family, because once he was convicted, he would be sentenced to death. If it was someone else who wanted to deal with Jiang Yuanchao might be sentenced to death. Old man Jiang would never give up so easily. Even if he had to lose his head, he would fight to the end even if he had to sacrifice his dignity. Jiang Yage also wanted to go to the trial, but old Jiang didn't agree. Instead, he asked the driver and the guards to send her back to the West Mountain Villa. Old Jiang had protected her very well all these years, keeping her away from these things. This time, she was accidentally involved, and her life was immediately in danger. Old Jiang was also scared and had to be more careful. Although Chao Jingming was now under control, he had been in business for many years. It was impossible for him to not have any trusted aides outside. Even Jean Shiyue's filming at the Vertical Shop Film City had been temporarily halted. She had also returned to the villa to wait for the limelight to pass. Jingming, things have come to this point. We watched you grow up, and we don't want things to turn out like this. But this time, you really went too far. Tell us what you think. You have done it, and you have to give us an explanation. In the conference room, a group of old men were sitting, each with different expressions. Chao Jingming sat at the bottom. His face was a little pale, but his expression was still calm. He put his hands on his knees and rubbed his fingers against each other, slightly revealing his nervousness at this time. Leaders, I don't know what you are talking about. Yes, things had come to this point, and he didn't intend to give in. He knew that he couldn't give in, or he would definitely die. Even his father, who was sitting at the top of the table, couldn't save him. Old Lin, you can't be so sure. We have done a lot of investigations recently, and indeed, we couldn't find any evidence that Xiao Chao was involved in this matter. Maybe he is a remnant of Ouyang Tianqing? That's right. Xiao Chao has been around for so many years. Although he is a little arrogant, he has never made a mistake of principle. We can't just judge him based on subjective assumptions. Old Jean looked at the people around him with a gloomy face. From time to time, he would look up at old Lin in the middle. It seemed that old Chao, who had rushed back last night, had done a lot of work for others. Not to mention the others, old Jean had actually received a call from old Chow. At this time, he did a rough count in his heart. Other than a few people who hadn't expressed their opinions, nearly half of the people present were on old Chow's side. Chao Jingming carefully observed everyone. Last night, when he found out that Qin Guang wasn't dead, he had actually thought about escaping. However, the world was so big, where could he escape to? Furthermore, Qin Guang wasn't an ordinary person. His personal strength was so terrifying. Even if he escaped, he would be found sooner or later. Then, even if the others didn't pursue it, if Qin Guang continued to chase after him, who could stop him? Luckily, my father helped me, and I didn't leave behind any evidence. The current situation was that even if the entire world knew that I did it, there were so many people speaking up for me. As long as I didn't admit it, they couldn't do anything to me just based on their guesses. Chao Jingming took a deep breath. His mind quickly went through the words that he had communicated with his father, and then he opened his mouth. Leaders, I don't understand what's going on. Qin Guang accused me of colluding with Ouyang Tianxing and purposely lured him to Ninghai. But in reality, even if I wasn't involved, wouldn't he still go to Ninghai? Moreover, with his original position, he had the right to know the whereabouts of Lord Wen. Yes, I did have a little conflict with Qin Guang before, but that was just a trivial matter. Why would I take it to heart? With my identity, why would I collude with Ouyang Tianxing? What good would it do me? I didn't have to. Alright, now that things have come to this, I admit that I did mention it to Jiang Yage carelessly, but I didn't think too much at that time. I just wanted to be friendly with him and ease our relationship. If my careless words caused trouble to Qin Guang, I can apologize to him. But other than that, I don't know anything, and I didn't do anything. He couldn't deny anything. If he admitted that he leaked information to Jiang Yage, he could increase his credibility. But he definitely couldn't admit what happened last night. At this moment, the door of the conference room opened. Qin Guang and old Jiang stood side by side at the door. Chapter 931. Chao Jingming turned around and saw Qin Guang. Not only did he not avoid Qin Guang's gaze, a warm and humble smile appeared on his face. If Qin Guang was not a world-class acting master, he would have been fooled by Chao Jingming's kindness. Qin Guang had heard every word that the man had said, and he wanted to say to Chao Jingming, I have never seen such a shameless person. Shamelessness was the passport of a despicable person. It was a pity that Chao Jingming did not become an actor. Chao Jingming was also well versed in the theory of falsehood and truth. He had admitted some of what he had admitted and said that Chao Jingming was showing goodwill to him. As for the things that were truly fatal, Chao Jingming was adamant and refused to admit them. At the same time, Qin Guang was also paying attention to the way the people in the meeting room looked at him. Everyone here was a smart person, and everyone looked very amiable. Even old Chao had a warm smile on his face, making people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. However, it was a pity that Qin Guang was a world-class acting master and a martial sage who had reached the oneness of heaven and man realm. No matter how well they acted or how amiable their eyes were, they could not hide it from Qin Guang. As long as a person had hatred in his heart, no matter how well he hid it in his eyes or how calm his brows were, there would definitely be some flaws in his facial muscles. However, these flaws were too hidden and ordinary people would not be able to see them with their naked eyes. Furthermore, even if someone had sharp eyes and could see the problem, they would not be able to understand the meaning behind it due to their lack of life experience. It was a pity that Qin Guang was a martial sage and he had a pair of eagle eyes that he had learned from practicing darts. Furthermore, his acting skills had reached the pinnacle of the human race. Now that he had something on his mind, he was fully focused on understanding it. Coupled with the attraction of the heaven and earth, the hostility of these people could not hide. After pondering for a short while, he walked in with a faint smile on his face. Qin Guang greets all the leaders. He still acted like a martial artist and cupped his fists in greeting. He was very Jianghu. Xiao Chen, take a seat. The old man waved his hand and gestured for Chen Guang to sit down. Chen Guang did not hesitate. He pulled out the chair next to Chao Jingming and sat down. Don't be fooled by how mysterious and incredible this place is. In fact, there is a universal principle when it comes to making decisions in this world. Meeting. There was no better way to combine everyone's wisdom and take everyone's opinions into consideration than a meeting. Old Master Jiang sat down next to Old Master Jean. Old Master Jean asked softly, "What did little Chen say on the way here?" Master Jiang stamped his feet angrily and said, "Don't mention it. Solomon said that she finally got Chen Guang's work done yesterday, but such a thing happened last night. It's useless to say anything now. This kid is holding back his anger right now. I have a feeling that he'll make a scene later. In the past, if he didn't make a scene in front of us, things could still be eased. Today, everyone is here, and it can be considered a big occasion. If he continues to make a scene, there will be no room for negotiation." Old Master Jiang said grumpily, "He already wants my granddaughter and his life. What room do we need?" "That's true, but according to the situation today, I'm afraid our efforts will be in vain." Old Master Jean smiled bitterly. Old Master Jiang raised his eyebrows and said, "What do you mean? Are you going to pretend that nothing has happened?" Old Master Jean said helplessly, "But according to the information at the scene last night, the person who did it was burned beyond recognition. No, there was no corpse left at that time. Although there were traces of fighting at the scene, the fragments were too broken, and we can't identify the model, nor can we find any fragments with codes. We can't prove anything." Thinking of this, Old Master Jiang sighed. "That's true. He's full of tricks, cunning and sinister. Yesterday, Old Chao talked to a lot of people. The general idea was that although Chao Jingming is suspicious, we can't touch his son just because of speculation. So, can we really turn a big problem into a small one and a small one? Chao Jingming's son is a life, but my granddaughter is a life? What a joke. Look at you, you are angry again, right? That brings us back to the old story. Evidence, there is no evidence. Is there no evidence in the communication system? There is no record of it." At this moment, Grandpa Jiang fell into silence. He was wondering if he really had to do as Chen Guang threatened Old Chao yesterday and make a move himself. This wasn't something to be trifled with. On the other side, the old man in the middle waited for Chen Guang to sit down and said, "Okay, now that everyone is here, let's make it clear." Hearing this, Chen Guang was expressionless, but his heart was already half cold. Make it clear? What was there to make it clear? It was a matter of life and death. Was there any need to negotiate? On the other side, Chao Jingming had already stood up when he heard this. He took the initiative to reach out to Chen Guang and said, "Little Chen, we had some small conflicts before, but the whole thing was a misunderstanding. I have no malice. I have just explained to the leaders. The reason why I mentioned it to Solomon was that I wanted to help you." Chen Guang crossed his hands and had no interest in shaking hands with him. "Help me? Don't tell me I have to thank you. You're exaggerating. I didn't help much, but I did something bad out of good intentions. Since you have such a big opinion of me, I'll apologize to you here today in front of everyone. How about we let this matter go?" Chen Guang almost laughed. He had underestimated the thickness of this person's skin. Unexpectedly, in the huge conference room, many people began to echo Chao Jingming's words one after another. What these people meant was that there was no need to make such a big deal out of such a small matter. After explaining to each other, the matter was over. Little Chao had already apologized in public. Even if he really did something bad with good intentions, there was no need to hold on to it. From the beginning to the end, Chen Guang looked at these people with a blank expression. There was an indescribable strange feeling in his heart. He seemed to be hallucinating. In his eyes, these seemingly kind old men were smiling so warmly. But in his eyes, they were clearly all kinds of demons and ghosts. The smiles on their faces made people feel no warmth in their hearts. It was all bone-piercing cold. Chen Guang felt that he would definitely not be able to learn this in his life. Weren't they tired of living like this? Before, Chao Jingming deliberately leaked the news, which could be put aside. Last night's incident, they actually completely ignored it. Just as Chen Guang was thinking about this, another person next to old Chao stood up and placed a stack of documents on the table. He said, "All right, since we've spoken, then the matter between little Chao and little Chen is over. As for what happened to little Chen last night, after a thorough investigation by the intelligence department overnight, there are some new findings here." As he said this, he pushed the thick stack of documents in his hand towards Chen Guang. He said, "According to the analysis of the intelligence personnel, all signs indicate that this is very likely to be a revenge operation initiated by the trusted subordinates of the former director of the Special Affairs Bureau, Ouyang Tianqing. Fortunately, little Chen is now powerful, so he was able to turn the misfortune into a blessing. I think we should further strengthen the crackdown on the remnants of the Special Affairs Bureau. On the other hand, we should also give little Chen an appropriate commendation." Chen Guang did not even bother to flip through the documents in front of him. There was no need to look at them. Since they could come up with something like this in this situation, the documents must be flawless and impeccable. However, no matter how well it was done, Chen Guang was not the least bit interested. He knew that it must be fake. Ouyang Tianqing's way of controlling his subordinates did not have any special methods. He relied on nothing more than a unique poison that only he had the antidote for. Now that Ouyang Tianqing was dead, even if his trusted subordinates were lucky enough to survive, they would probably be in a constant state of anxiety, afraid of dying from the poison. How would they have the leisure and courage to seek revenge for Ouyang Tianqing? Every man for himself, and Ouyang Tianqing did not have that much charisma. "Little Chen, take a look at the documents. You're the director of the General Directorate of Light. There's no harm in knowing more information." Old man Chao said with a smile. He felt that today's situation was already in the bag. Chen Guang looked up slightly, his eyes flashing. He said coldly, "I won't look at the documents, it's meaningless. I just think that your acting was really good." Everyone was stunned. Old Chao furrowed his brows. "What did you say?" No one expected Chen Guang to say something like that in this situation. Chen Guang raised his voice again. "I say, your acting was really good. It's a pity that I didn't invite you old actors to the movie I invested in. Little Chen, this is an official meeting. Don't mess around." Even the old man in the middle could not hold it in. Chen Guang was slapping all of them in the face. As Chen Guang chuckled, he asked, "What did I not say? Do you guys really think that I was being unreasonable before? That I was making a fuss? Chao Jingming used Jiang Yage to leak information to me, was it really to help me? Even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe it. Also, I know that Chao Jingming's hands are very clean. Since he did it, he wouldn't leave any evidence behind. But what I encountered last night was the new armor-piercing depleted uranium bomb that I saw during the military exercise. How could Ouyang Tianqing's men get their hands on such a thing? Or is it that Chao Jingming is actually Ouyang Tianqing's man? Are you indirectly helping him admit it? Nonsense. You're slandering me." Chao Jingming was furious, as though he had been wronged. "Chen Guang. Don't think that you can slander others without a bottom line just because you have some success now. Every armor-piercing bomb has a serial number and is registered. Even if one is missing, we can find it immediately." Chen Guang turned to look at him. "Since you can say such things, I'm even more certain that you actually know everything. You're also prepared. Rules are set by people. You know better than me how to cheat. You know it all. Enough. Have you become so condescending to this extent? You're so sure that I want to harm you based on your assumptions. Now, you're saying that I hired someone to kill you? If you want to pin a crime on someone, you can always find a pretext. Didn't I tease you a little about your youth? I didn't expect you to be so narrow-minded. You've always hated me, haven't you? Now that you think you're strong enough, you want to settle the score with me? What do you want? You're just acting on your own selfishness. Do you want me to kill you because I did something bad with my good intentions? That's ridiculous. Everything needs evidence. Everything needs laws. Don't forget, although you're a martial artist today, you're also the chief of the Guangbing General Headquarters. Weren't you the one who hated the most when inner force martial artists looked down on laws and treated human lives like grass? Now that you're in the same position as Ouyang Tianqing, do you want to become the same person as Ouyang Tianqing? Do you want to lynch me? Come on. If my death can awaken some people, and let the leaders understand that martial artists are wolves that cannot be tamed, then I'm willing to sacrifice myself. Qiao Jingming's words were sharp, and he was retreating in order to advance. Chapter 932. If it wasn't for the fact that Qin Guang had already seen through everything and was certain that Qiao Jingming was the culprit, he might even start to doubt himself. He was right. The old man was the new Ouyang Tianqing. The other elders in the room were secretly terrified. Qiao Jingming was not lying. No, the current Qin Guang was even stronger than Ouyang Tianqing in the past. He was also younger, and his abilities would continue to improve in the future. Other than Qin Guang, the second most powerful person in the martial world, faction leader 1, was also one of his people. His power and prestige among the sects in the martial world was even stronger than Ouyang Tianqing's, who had climbed up step by step with schemes and tricks. Ouyang Tianqing had cultivated the ultimate divine skill, and his actions were the style of the evil sects in the martial world. Qin Guang, on the other hand, had appeared out of nowhere. Once he appeared, he displayed absolute dominance, and turned the tide to destroy the evil sections. His position and reputation in the hearts of the people of Jianghu would have made him the leader of a righteous sect in ancient times. No one would have dared to disobey him. The talent he displayed on the path of martial arts was also a rare peerless genius that only appeared once in 1,000 years. Qiao Jingming's words reminded everyone that Qin Guang was actually more dangerous than Ouyang Tianqing. With Qin Guang's current position and ability, if he had any ulterior motives, or if he completely lost control, the consequences he would bring would be even worse than Ouyang Tianqing's. Compared to the potential danger Qin Guang was in, the assassination attempt the night before was insignificant. Firstly, Qin Guang wasn't injured. Although it seemed dangerous last night, there weren't any casualties, and only an insignificant assassin died. Secondly, even if everyone guessed that it was Qiao Jingming who did it, it did not matter whether Qiao Jingming admitted it or not. Even if it was him, so what? It could even be understood as him getting rid of a scourge for the people. He did something to Qin Guang, but it did not mean that he would do it to others. Jiang Yage was almost implicated, but she had no other choice. Moreover, there was no evidence to prove Qiao Jingming's suspicions. Wouldn't it be too unfair to suspect him based on baseless guesses? Although Xiao Qiao's temperament had always been somewhat unlikable, he had never made a mistake of principle. As old Qiao's son and one of the representatives of the younger generation, he had no reason to collude with Ouyang Tianqing, right? This thought gradually rose in the hearts of many old men, and the atmosphere suddenly became cold. Even Qin Guang felt a trace of coldness. This was their true colors. Without the slightest scheming honeyed words, who could have walked step by step to where they were today in the seemingly harmonious but actually surging undercurrents in the officialdom and sat on the occasion that more than 1 billion people could only look up to and imagine but never had any chance to see or participate in with their own eyes? Although the people sitting on the table were all old men with 1 nose and 2 eyes, every old man here was someone who could shake the country with a stomp of their feet. Qiao Jingming saw that his words were effective and was secretly pleased, but he still looked impassioned and ready to die at any time. Qin Guang felt the doubtful gazes directed at him from all directions. He also realized that he had accidentally been countered by Chao Jingming in front of everyone. Among the old men present, old men Jin and old men Jiang were slightly better. They had often heard their juniors mention Chen Guang's character and did not believe he was that kind of person. Old man Lin was in a similar situation, but he could not resist the other old men who were not familiar with Chen Guang. Many of them had listened to old man Chao's sophistry, and now that Chao Jingming had exposed them, combined with the various uncooperative attitudes Chen Guang had displayed in the past few days, it was impossible for them not to have any thoughts. The hostility in the meeting room grew stronger and stronger. Chen Guang's brows were tightly knitted together. Damn it, so treacherous. The old man was not in a good situation. There were two choices in front of Chen Guang. First, think of a way to use words to change the situation in this meeting, but it seemed very difficult. Second, a gentleman does not stand under a collapsing wall. He should immediately flee 1,000 miles away, find a place to concentrate on practicing martial arts, collect faith, and break through the cup world. He should wait until he became a god, or at least a demigod who could resist missiles with his body. His palm caressed the heavenly Holy Grail, and his breathing gradually calmed down. He thought to himself, I'm afraid I really have to leave. No, I still have Lady Azure. If I really can't do it, I can beg Lady Azure to help me and use a super hypnosis on old man Chao. Dream on. If you have the guts, come into the cup world and beg me to try. I promise I won't beat you to death. Just as he was thinking this, Azure's voice was heard. This was not the end. Dear Cry also expressed, that's right, I'll let you have a taste of the power of a woman's double attack. When I woke up, my leaves were almost all gone. My branches and trunks are all burned off. Chen Guang shuddered. Fine, pretend I didn't think of anything. I almost forgot, it was palm-sized TNT. The cup world would definitely be in a mess. If I went in now, even if I didn't die, I would at least lose a layer of skin. Then I really can only pack up and leave? This is very unpleasant. At this moment, a voice came from the heavenly Holy Grail. It was neither Azure nor Dear Cry. What Chen Guang heard was the emotionless electronic voice of the Holy Grail. Forced PY trading mode's cooldown is over. Redeemer can use it at any time. Chen Guang rejoiced. Oh my god. His skill's cooldown wasn't fixed, and it had come off cooldown at this critical moment. The old man was indeed a man shrouded in the aura of a protagonist. Count yourself lucky. Humph. Azure also noticed this and snorted in Chen Guang's heart. Dear Cry also snorted, that's right. Don't come in here for the rest of your life if you can. Old Master Guang expressed to the two god emperors that the old man was a dead pig that feared no boiling water. He had seen all kinds of storms and waves. He just had to do something to make them happy later to coax them. He should, maybe, probably wouldn't be strangled to death. In short, things suddenly became simple. Chen Guang turned his head and looked at Chao Jingming with a very meaningful look. An extremely strange smile appeared on his face. It couldn't be helped. Old Master Guang couldn't control his joy at the thought of being able to force him into a rather shameless PY trading mode. Well, he could actually control his expression, but he didn't want to. Why bother? If he didn't show off when he should be happy, did he have to wait until he was unlucky before showing off? Chen Guang was overly happy. The strange smile that suddenly appeared on his face even changed the slightly cold atmosphere in the conference room into a horrifying one. What's with that look, little Chen? He's not going to do anything stupid, is he? Old Jiang turned pale with fright. The next moment, he was about to slam the table and stand up. He absolutely couldn't let Chen Guang do something irrecoverable in this place. Even with his current ability, he could subdue everyone here in an instant and then leave. But in this vast wuxia, even if these people in the conference room died, there would be others to replace them. But if he did that, he would become the enemy of the entire country, no, the entire world. Old Jiang himself wasn't afraid. He also knew that Chen Guang wouldn't kill him, old Jean, and old Lin, but the same couldn't be said for the others. That was absolutely not allowed. Not only would he be pressured by the laws and human relationships, but it would also completely turn him onto the evil path and leave an indelible mark in his heart. This was completely different from killing those assassins. A martial artist who was known as the strongest inner force user in history would walk the path of evil. Either he would destroy the world, or the world would destroy him. Old Jean and old Jiang had the same idea. Old Jean moved even faster. He bowed slightly, and in the next moment, he would stand up. Old Lin, who was in the middle, frowned. In his hand was a phone with Lin Jingwei's number on it. The old man didn't know who could stop Chen Guang if he went completely crazy. After thinking about it, he felt that the friendship between his grandson and Chen Guang might be of some use. He secretly regretted trusting him unreservedly and letting him come to this place. If anything happened to anyone here today, it would be a huge disaster. As for those who were already hostile towards Chen Guang, they were even more panicked now. Although there was no recording of Chen Guang's battle with Ouyang Tianqing and the Shadow Alliance's warriors, the scene of him slaughtering dozens of powerful warriors with a wave of his hand was still vividly portrayed in the conference room. Everyone knew that as long as he wanted to make a move, no one could do anything to him. Right now, the ones who were the most afraid were the Chao father and son. Chen Guang might not kill the others, but the two of them would be the first to bear the brunt of it. It would be hard for them to escape death. Chao Jingming retreated as he shouted, "Chen Guang! What are you doing? Chen Guang! Stop!" Old man Jean had already shouted. Old Jiang slammed the table heavily. "Little Chen, don't do anything rash. Don't worry, I'm here, no one can suspect you." Old Lin coughed heavily, his hands pressing down slightly. "Everyone, be quiet. Listen to me." Hearing those words, Chen Guang was briefly stunned. Holy shit, why are these old gentlemen acting as if they're facing a great enemy? Little Chen, calm down. Chao Jingming. Apologize to little Chen now. Immediately. Immediately. Old Lin glared at Chao Jingming. Chao Jingming didn't dare to delay. "I'm sorry, Chen Guang. My words were too harsh. I shouldn't have compared you to Ouyang Tianqing. You guys are different." Old Master Guang finally understood. Alright, the old men thought that he was going to smash the cup as a signal to attack in anger. They were afraid. To this, he could only say, "What the F***ck? Am I that kind of person in your hearts?" Forget it, he couldn't blame them. In their eyes, no, in his eyes, internal strength warriors had ultimate skills. They indeed had the ability to kill in anger. Wasn't there an ancient saying that the so-called heroes were actually more like desperados? If they were unhappy, they would kill a person every 10 steps, leaving no trace behind. In their eyes, he was like a walking killing machine, so it was not strange that they were afraid of him. It was just that it was disgusting. To think that I respected you guys so much, but you guys are guarding against me like a wolf? Chapter 933. Shao Chen, listen to me. Although Ouyang Tianqing has indeed set a bad example for other martial artists, I know that you are completely different from him. Jingwei often talks to me about your brotherhood. In the past, you were also a righteous person. We trusted you because of that. You were just an ordinary youth then. Now, we trust you as well. There is no need for unnecessary suspicions. Chen Guang waved his hand. Grandpa Lin, that's enough. It's said that an innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. Now that I have the ability, I am also mentally prepared to face the disadvantages of this ability. I understand now. No wonder Lin Jingwei would rather die than become a politician. He has seen this kind of thing many times since he was young. You don't have to feign civility with me. I won't look down on everyone here because of this. It's just that I thought of something that Lin Jingwei and I mentioned in a casual conversation. Chen Guang pointed at himself first, then at the others. He said word by word, I told Lin Jingwei that we will never become you. I don't want to be this stupid bureau chief. If it wasn't for you guys who couldn't hold back and wanted me to pack up and leave for no reason, would have quit long ago. What do you take me for? A hothead who is bossed around? When you need me, you let me take over. Alright, I'll take over. Now that Ouyang Tianxing is dead, I have subdued the martial artists in the pugilistic world. You don't need me anymore. You want me to leave immediately? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? I didn't want to say these things out loud. It's fine for everyone to keep it in their hearts. My original intention was only for Chao Jingming to give me an explanation and find a suitable time. You can let whoever you want to take over the Guangding General Bureau. I just want to go and live my carefree life. You treat this power as a treasure. But in my eyes, it's worthless. But what about you guys? Chao Jingming tried to harm me first. But because he is one of us, you let him do as he pleases. What happened to your decisiveness when you dealt with Ouyang Tianxing? Don't talk to me about ridiculous evidence, it's not that important. Last night, he went even further and hired people to kill me, but you're afraid and suspicious of me because of a few words from him? Grandpa Lin, I respect you as Lin Jingwei's grandfather, but that's the extent of my respect for you. You thought I was laughing because I was so angry that I wanted to flip the table? That's why you're saying such polite words. Are you trying to coax me first? Of course, I might not be giving you face by directly exposing you. In the past, even if others had opinions about you, they might not have said it out loud like me. I also wanted to endure it like others, but I found that I couldn't do it. When Chen Guang said these words, his emotions were not very agitated. He was still very calm. He had seen too many deaths in the true martial continent and the Sea of Transient. Especially the 130,000 years he had lived in the true martial continent, even though it did not directly change his personality, the experience of standing at the peak of the world and being worshipped by billions of people still made him think back to the past. Without any warning, he would jump out of his current position and stand on a higher level to look at the situation he was facing. At this moment, he had entered this state without any warning. After saying these words, Chen Guang looked around and saw the changes in everyone's expressions. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly and he said with a hint of mockery, "If what I said made you uncomfortable, then I can only do nothing to help you." Even Chen Guang felt tired for them. In this kind of situation, none of these people's philosophy was the same as his own. Although they looked very inconspicuous here today, when they were outside, they might have enjoyed the pleasure of being surrounded by people. But if you want to mistreat yourself like this for the sake of power, then I'm sorry, but I'm not interested. Many of the old men's faces turned red from his words. No one had ever dared to speak to them like this. Even when they had a falling out with an inner strength martial artist and had a letter placed on their bedside, those people had not been as presumptuous as Chen Guang. But today's situation was extremely delicate. No matter how angry they were, they did not dare to flip the table. No matter how clear this brat's words were, he was still a young man who was not even 21 years old. No one dared to bet on whether his self-control was as good as he said it was. The huge conference room suddenly became silent. Even the drop of a needle could be heard. The guards outside were sweating. They had just received an emergency signal. This kind of signal would only be released and the leaders were in a life-and-death crisis. But the guards did not dare to break the door. They could only anxiously watch Chen Guang talk inside through the monitor. "Isn't this Director Chen?" "This." A guard who had received special training from Chen Guang in darts whispered. The guard captain also sighed, "Don't talk nonsense. Although I also think it's impossible, the leaders will not send the signal for no reason. Don't let your guard down." "I still don't believe it. Chief Instructor Chen is a decent man. He won't act recklessly." Another guard said again. The captain looked at his two subordinates, who could be called the elites of the elites, and felt very helpless. He thought to himself, what are the big shots in the room doing? Don't quarrel with your own people. If you have something to say, talk it over slowly. Chen Guang spoke again, I'll tell you why I laughed just now. I'm happy. Qiao Jingming will soon find his conscience and tell us all about the demons and monsters hidden in his heart. Many of the old men in the meeting room were first ridiculed by his words to the point that their faces turned red. They were angry, but there was nothing they could do. However, the last sentence that he said without rhyme or reason made everyone even more confused. Even Qiao Jingming, who was called out by name by Chen Guang, was dumbfounded. Is this guy crazy? Is he talking in his sleep? Will I tell them everything? There's no grass growing in my brain. Qiao Jingming. Chen Guang, what are you trying to do? Qiao Jingming forcibly suppressed his emotions and replied with a pause. With a grin, Chen Guang replied, nothing much. Come, be honest and tell me everything that happened between you and Ouyang Tianqing. Also, tell me who that person was last night, how you found that person, and what exactly are you plotting? Qiao Jingming felt like he was going crazy. Who asked questions like that? Do you think I'll answer just because you ask? Are you stupid? Do you think I'm stupid? Qiao Jingming's words were almost squeezed out through his teeth. Chen Guang, that's enough. I have nothing to say. I have a clear conscience. Everyone in the conference room was stunned. They looked at each other. What was Chen Guang up to this time? Old man Qiao braced himself and stood up. All right, Chen Guang, stop fooling around. Since we've told you everything, and Jingming has apologized to you for what happened before, you, as the current chief of the General Directorate of Guangding, should do your best to continue investigating the remnants of Ouyang Tianqing. Don't worry, we'll get the other departments to cooperate with you. Why don't we end today's meeting here? Old man Qiao said what most of the people were thinking. It was time to end the meeting. Due to the deep-rooted impression of him in the past, everyone had almost forgotten that this extremely emotional and slightly neurotic young man was actually the one who killed dozens of people without batting an eyelid or trembling his legs the day before yesterday without batting an eyelid or twitching his legs. Now that they thought about it, they were all a little scared. No matter how much power they had, they only had one life. So, no matter what happened in the future, it was better to end this meeting first and leave first. Then, they could slowly plan for the future. Chen Guang didn't even look at old man Qiao. He continued to stare at Qiao Jingming and said slowly, no, you will explain. This time, he didn't waste any more time and shouted in his heart. Take this. Eat my shady deal. The next moment, the world in front of him suddenly distorted. Qiao Jingming, who was standing in front of Chen Guang, also stiffened. His mind was in chaos, and he lost all consciousness without warning. He was forcefully dragged into the duel of words in the forced shady deal by Chen Guang. Forced shady deal. Begin now. The electronic voice of the heavenly Holy Grail played the role of referee. Relying on his master language skill, Chen Guang took the initiative and launched an attack. He shouted loudly, the sky is round and the earth is square. Golden light burst out of his mouth and blasted straight at Qiao Jingming. Qiao Jingming, who had completely lost his consciousness, was hit by Chen Guang's fallacy attack. He swayed, and the stone platform under him shattered into pieces. He fell down with a rumble. The electronic voice said, "You've caused 25 fallacy damage to the opponent." See two kids debating. Qiao Jingming fought back decisively, and the golden light shot back at Chen Guang. The electronic voice said, "You've received 13 proverb damage." Chen Guang grinned. This guy's level was much better than the waiter at the Tianjin restaurant who had tricked him into paying 100 yuan. But, you're not good enough. Eat my critical hit. The special skill of language master was activated. Chen Guang waved his hand domineeringly and said, "I'm from Hebei province. What a cold winter. I'm so angry. 16,000 yuan. Play with your sister. The electronic voice said, critical hit. You've caused 44 empty ear damage to the opponent. As expected of Chao Jingming, he didn't faint after taking a critical hit. Although the stone platform under him sank a lot, he stood up shakily and replied, "Oh, you're in a hurry, right?" Dig Sumida. Qin Guang sneered disdainfully. You actually want to use empty ear damage to deal with me? But this trick of yours is too old. Sure enough, a notification that he hadn't seen last time appeared in front of him. The opponent used a foreign language empty ear attack to provoke the language master, Earth Sauce Exploder and the god of shady deal, Savior Qin Guang. Counter activated. Do you want to use counter? F***CK, does my title have to be so long? Qin Guang cursed in his heart as he raised his hand and pointed in the air. Counter successful. Chapter 934. A light shield appeared in front of him, and the golden light that Chao Jingming roared out was bounced back. You've dealt 10 points of counter-ear damage to the opponent. At this moment, there was a duang sound on Chao Jingming's side, and a red light surged out of his body. Qin Guang looked up and saw a long groove burning with raging flames on his head. An electronic notification sounded. The opponent is the reckless type, full fury, about to trigger the state of fury. Qin Guang was stunned. There was such a thing? My shady deal was amazing. Chao Jingming's eyes were bloodshot, and he glared at Qin Guang. Qin Guang was also interested. The furious Chao Jingming actually made the first move again. It seemed like this reckless type of player had a speed bonus in the state of fury. He just didn't know what he was going to say. Can I say vulgarities? Can't I? That's all I have to say. You've received 15 points of internet slang damage. Qin Guang rolled his eyes. Fine, I thought you had some trump card up your sleeve, but it turns out that you only have this much. It was his turn again, but he wasn't in a hurry to fire. Instead, he communicated with the Holy Grail in his mind, wanting to know what type of shady deal player he was. Reckless, sinister, despicable, shameless, vulgar, wretched, and unyielding super complex type. Old Master Guang was stunned. If you hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have known I was so complicated. He took a deep breath. Chao Jingming, die. Damn you. I have a word I don't know if I should say. I'm very strong this time. Invincible at level 16. High-level heavenly fire. Triple quality. I'm going to kill you, you old bald donkey. The sure kill attack he unleashed with all his might was indeed cool. An extremely thick golden light appeared in front of Qin Guang's mouth, but it didn't shoot out immediately. Instead, it kept growing in front of him, turning into a round ball that was spitting out terrifying light. Qin Guang was also puzzled. Why did this big move need to be charged up, and not fired directly? At this moment, the electronic notification sounded again. Warning. Warning. Language Master, Earth Sauce Exploder, and God of Shady Trading Savior, Qin Guang have unleashed a super fatal attack. Too much damage has overflowed and may cause irreparable mental damage to your opponent. Will you attack? Y/N. Hearing those words, Qin Guang's eyes lit up. This reminded him of the weird video he had seen on Bilibili, where Zhuge Liang had a verbal battle with Wang Situ, and Wang Situ had vomited blood and fallen to the ground dead. In ancient times, there was Prime Minister Zhuge who scolded Wang Situ to death and angered the sickly Dr. Zhou. Today, there was Master Guang who scolded Chao Chao's distant descendant Chao Jingming. This was completely reasonable. Verbal violence was terrifying. So let him have a taste. Snapping his fingers, Qin Guang raised his hand and tapped on Y in the air. The golden light in front of him, which had been accumulating power for a long time, suddenly exploded like an energy bomb, blasting straight at Qiao Jingming like a railgun. Qiao Jingming let out a blood-curdling scream as he fell to the ground vomiting blood. The stone pillar beneath him also shattered with a loud bang. Poor Qiao Jingming flew far away on the magma, rolling countless times like he was skipping on water before slowly sinking like a rock. Super fatal attack. You've dealt 178 points of combined damage to the opponent from online slang and fatso sayings. You've defeated your opponent. Because the damage overflowed as high as 157 points, you've caused irreparable mental damage to your opponent. Remind Savior, a monk must be merciful. The world of shady trading slowly collapsed, and the world in front of Chen Guang distorted again. In the blink of an eye, he was back in the real world. However, he disapproved of the heavenly Holy Grail's last words. Ba ba ba, what do you mean a monk must be merciful? Which eye of yours saw me become a monk? He looked up at Qiao Jingming, not knowing what this guy's irreparable mental damage looked like. Qiao Jingming was stunned at first, completely unaware of what had happened. He just stared blankly at Chen Guang. Without any warning, he suddenly felt extremely remorseful. What's wrong with me? Why do I feel so guilty? I feel terrible hiding things in my heart. I've let my father down, I've let down the leaders' nurturing and trust, I've let down the country and the people, and I've let down myself. I've let down Chen Guang even more. No, I've let down the entire world. A person like me actually has the face to live so shamelessly in this world. I'm really sorry. The shady trading that took place in the heavenly Holy Grail may have taken a long time to describe, but in the real world, it probably only took less than a microsecond. The old men in the meeting room did not know whether to laugh or cry at Chen Guang's unreasonable request to Qiao Jingming, but they were also angry and unhappy because of his long speech earlier. But suddenly, Qiao Jingming, who had been blushing under Chen Guang's interrogation and looked as if he had been greatly wronged, changed his expression. He actually lowered his head slightly, not daring to look into Chen Guang's eyes. What's wrong with Qiao Jingming? The atmosphere in the room suddenly became extremely strange. Old man Qiao was about to speak when he announced the end of the meeting, and everyone left. I'm sorry. Qiao Jingming suddenly roared out loud. Many old men suddenly looked confused. What's wrong with little Qiao? That's right. I deliberately told that little girl Jiang Yage that the Lord of the Wen family appeared at the border of Yinxia province and Ninghai province, just to let her leak this news to Chen Guang. I just wanted to cooperate with the strategy of Ouyang Alliance leader, Mr. Ng. I want to lead Chen Guang and the Lord of the Wen family to Ninghai province. Qiao Jingming's words caused an uproar in the meeting room. What the hell is going on? Jingming. Are you crazy? Don't talk nonsense. Old man Qiao jumped up from his chair and rushed to Qiao Jingming, trying to stop him. Bang! Qiao Jingming hit his old man's face with a backhand fist, making old man Qiao's nose bleed, and he fell on his back. No one can stop me from confessing. Qiao Jingming roared angrily. What does he mean? Old man Jiang was also startled by Qiao Jingming's sudden frankness. The change was so sudden that he didn't have time to react. Old man Jean was also digging his ears with a face full of astonishment. He thought he had misheard. Chen Guang, who had seen through everything, pretended to be in disbelief. My God, did you find your conscience? Don't look down on me. I, Qiao Jingming, will never change my name. Since I did it, of course I will admit it. Shut up. Shut your mouth. Old man Qiao got up from the ground again and rushed to Qiao Jingming. But he was punched in the face by Qiao Jingming again, and fell to the ground. Everyone in the conference room was dumbfounded by the situation. Old man Qiao's mouth was full of blood, and his hair was disheveled. He looked miserable. But no one tried to help him, and no one thought of stopping Qiao Jingming. It wasn't that they were cold-blooded, but it happened too fast, and the situation took a turn for the worse. No one was prepared for it. Even the old masters, who were used to seeing great storms and waves, had never encountered such an unimaginable thing. Last night, I did ask someone to kill Chen Guang. The executor was Lyman Hart, a powerful assassin. I paid him $20 million at first, and then to let him detonate the bomb in advance, I added another $50 million and paid him an advance of $20 million. The person in charge of the payment was Song Yuan, the chairman of the Overseas Department of Pagoda Corporation. To ensure the success of the operation, I gave him a sample armor-piercing bullet with no code that I stole from the R&D lab. At this time, Chao Jingming was shrouded in righteousness, and he continued to speak in a loud and sonorous voice. It was as if he was not talking about his own sins, but asking for credit from others. Old man Chao slumped to the ground. Looking at his impassioned son, who was full of excitement, and his eyes were shining, his heart was cold. Crazy, completely crazy. You. Why did you do this? Although old man Jean had been suspicious of Chao Jingming, he still couldn't help but question him when he heard it from his own mouth. Old man Jiang had already jumped up and was about to slap Chao Jingming's face. Bastard. I'll kill you. Old man Jean saw that Chao Jingming had even hit his father, so he quickly pulled old man Jiang back, and it took him a lot of effort to stop him. Old man Lin, who was in the middle, frowned. Others could lose control in such a situation, but he couldn't. He had to be more composed than everyone else. He coughed twice to get everyone's attention, and then he knocked on the table. All right, quiet down. Sit down, and help old man Chao up. Let him sit properly. Old man Chao was helped to a chair by two people beside him, but he wanted to get up to look for Chao Jingming. The old man in the middle waved his hand again. Old man Chao, sit properly. But, old man Chao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and wanted to explain. No buts. Do you want to be beaten to death by your son here? The old man in the middle glared at him. Old man Chao knew that it was useless to say anything now, so he sat down dejectedly. Little Chao, do you understand what you just said? Old man Chao finally settled down, and the old man in the middle looked at Chao Jingming and asked. Chao Jingming nodded. Of course. I'm very clear-headed. I know what I'm saying, and I'm telling the truth. If I'm lying, I, Chao Zheng, will be struck by lightning tomorrow and die a horrible death. Do you have to swear on something like this? Although almost no one in the room believed in the so-called oath, the whole thing itself was strange enough. If you don't believe me, you can check the material list of the Military Research Institute for this year's March. Compared with the previous data, you can see that the core material used in March was exactly 1 bullet more than usual. The person who helped me hide the armor-piercing bullet was senior researcher Qi Jiamin. Everyone was dumbfounded again. You really told us everything. Why did you do this? What are you after? If what Chao Jingming said was true, then basically all the evidence and witnesses were present. The old man in the middle suppressed his anger and asked in a low voice. Many of the old men in the room stared at Chao Jingming's face. Everyone wanted to know what was going on. Chen Guang, on the other hand, leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms, looking very calm. You're tuning into the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.